Grew up with Al Arbor.
The Islanders are actually pretty good this year.
Oh, go Islanders.
Okay, so we're live, Melanie.
Yeah, but Melanie cannot.
No, that's okay. She was just on mute. Is there a volunteer to move and second the resolution for the meeting in the interim? Leo and
I'm ready to go.
Okay. So welcome to another budget meeting. Bienvenue à une autre réunion budgétaire. Are there any declaration of pecuniary interest, aucune déclaration d'intérêt pécuniaire? None. Do we have a resolution?
I need a mover and a seconder.
It was Conseiller Leo and Conseiller Yvon.
Didn't hear that. It was moved by Councillor Nalette and seconded by Councillor Duhaime. Be it resolved that the agenda for the budget meeting of council held on April the 14th, 2021 be adopted as presented.
Any objections? Aucune objection? None. Carried. Adopté. So we're going to proceed with the financial draft that was provided to us by our CEO. But just as a starting point, as an overview of all the budget meetings, council agreed with the recommendation by staff that we're maintaining the same level of service. We're not cutting back on services. We had a starting point of 6.84%. Le point de départ, 6.84. Throughout the several meetings, there were add-ons as far as public work projects, which brought us up to nearly 13.4%. At the end of March, we were fortunate to receive windfall, a top-up allocation for gas tax, nearly $900,000. So projects that were considered through public works for capital projects, well, that doesn't affect our bottom line for whatever projects because we have a revenue to offset that. And based on the recommendation provided to us by our CEO, it was brought down to 3.7% by also taking nearly $556,000 from the reserve. And council agreed to review the budget recommendations since council had agreed that we were aiming for not more than a 2% tax increase. So at our last meeting, council agreed to review the recommendations, the budget that was presented to us, and identify based on the recommendations of the budget proposal if there were any issues that were either contentious, required further discussion, and at the same time, if there was any additional questions and information that council wanted to obtain. So that's where we're at. Some have submitted issues based on the recommendation by staff. Some have not, and all the documentation was provided to all members of council along with our agenda and also with a memo from our CEO. So in a nutshell, that's where we're starting, and we'll be going through, Jay, maybe if you want to did you have anything else to add?
Well, since it's my memo, I'll just comment on it when you're ready, Your Worship.
Well, we're ready. So,
Okay. So your synopsis is great and right on point. Bottom line is that after getting down to 3.7%, which I won't comment, is would be an acceptable number. Some disagreed, and the same. So I think that there was some in the attempt to try and build consensus, which I'll speak to a little bit. In order to get a mutually agreeable budget that more than 4 people will vote for, it was agreed to get it to 2%. And so I then brought back recommendations as to how I can do that. Despite that, certain councillors felt that they wanted to discuss issues that they brought forward. As you indicated, there were only 3 responses. So at that point, I took those responses and I synopsized what they were. Now, in my preamble to the responses, I don't know, I'm having difficulty now trying to communicate and because I'm finding it difficult to find out how to properly budget. But and I'm saying this honestly, I'm at a bit of a loss. So the comments that I wanted to make were that what you're trying to do, what all legislation is trying to do, what proper budgeting is trying to do, what fiscal responsibility is trying to do, what long-range planning is trying to do, is to stabilize and understand what your needs are as a corporation. And those are done by trying to assess your capital requirements, your infrastructure requirements, and create an expenditure level and a reliance on whatever sources of funding to be able to fund those expenditure levels. It won't come as any surprise to folks to know that we have an infrastructure deficit like 420 other municipalities. I would argue, though, that some of the municipalities that are in a growth mode in the GTA, are probably not as much in an infrastructure deficit because they have new infrastructure, big subdivisions with no service, and they got a lot of taxes where they don't have to put it. In Northern Ontario, we don't have that. So we have to rely on our tax base to a degree to fund existing infrastructure that's very old and that needs to be done. So I comment on this pay-as-you-go system, and I don't know that you're implying that, or maybe it's just a mistake, but if you're starting to take things away that are going to reduce the expenditure level, you're going to cause problems because those are expenditure levels that you should be raising. And so if you just think, oh, I don't feel like doing that this year, well, okay, you're not going to do it this year, but you're not saving anything unless because you're pushing it to next year. And next year, you're basically pushing a problem away and you're making the problem worse. And so you got to watch that, because you're really maybe getting out of this exercise looking like, depending on who you're speaking to, a hero. But you're not going to be doing yourselves or this community any favors going forward. So you need to establish a healthy reserve. The reason you're going to have fairly easy sewer and water budgets, and potentially environmental as well, is because you've been willing to, and back in the day, and I remember we were in Laving a long time ago, you took a major hit for sewer and water at that point to get the infrastructure spending to a point where Peter and Jason don't come to you with these massive increases in infrastructure because they've stabilized it. I'm going to guess, a little over $1 million. Is that what was assessed at the time? This is what we have to do when we're planning a budget. And so when you're making requests to remove things, there are very few things that reduce taxes in your request. There are things that basically are choices you would make different than others. But, at that point, you're not really affecting expenditure levels. And so that's the point I'm trying to bring home, is that you can do what you're doing for sure, but the advice of your staff is it really isn't wise to be doing it to the degree that you're doing it. The other thing I would point out is a lot of what you're talking about, has to do with choices made also under additional funds that we're doing. The reason I brought it down and to that 2% is for two reasons. One, we were able to do things with extra money this year. And two, we have a lot of extra money because last year was a bad year. So when I'm bringing it down and I'm using reserves, I'm using last year's taxes anyway. And so to think that you're reducing expenditures, or trying to find cuts in expenditures, which are already fairly lean, we've already, to reduce, as an example, yes, I don't think you're going to use conferences this year, and that's one that you can reduce this year. But you know that you have a policy that says 2 conferences a year, and so you're taking away the expenditure level for that conference, where you're going to have to bring it back next year. And so when you start doing that and your tax level is already set for that, it's very dangerous. And so I would be very, very careful. Now, so what you have here in the way I've listed it is an explanation for what it would do. And I know it seems argumentative to some who have commented, it's my job to give you my advice. And what you have is a list of the points that were raised that either affect gas tax, affect the capital levels of mostly, I think, community services. And the other thing I would comment on the start is that, when you're starting to pick and choose, which is fair, but you need to come to a consensus as to, and you need to all agree together that there's some projects that not everybody may agree with, but that, if there's a majority consensus to go forward, I think that you need to have an agreement of a budget, 5 votes on a budget for an expenditure level, which is 2% already agreed upon, and move forward and have a consensus. And if you're not going to have a consensus and you're not going to have a budget, that comes with some very serious implications with respect to other funding. So if you're not going to approve a budget, you're going to have a problem with your OMPF funding. They're not going to release it. You're going to have a problem with your bank loans. They're not going to loan it because they need your FIRs. You're not going to be able to do a lot of stuff. So I'm hoping that council can get through this and understand that we need to have a corporate budget, that this year is a weird year, that last year is a very weird year, this year is a weird year, and that we need to move forward. And in fact, this year, now we've gotten scares here in West Nipissing with respect to COVID hitting our doorstep, and if you know what's going on. So it's a very difficult year. We need to manage and we need to move forward and get a budget approved. We are already having pressures on the ability to pull off some of the community services capital infrastructure by delays. So I'm hoping that council goes through these either as a whole or one at a time, and vote on whether you want to remove those as suggested by the authors who put them there, or to keep them in and come down to a consensus. But let's agree that the consensus is 2% this year, despite people wanting higher and despite people wanting lower, and move forward for a budget. That's all I have to say at this point. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for those comments, Jay. Based on what the majority consensus of council, it was agreed upon 2%. And I don't think that there's a will to pay as you go. I think the will is recognizing that it is a weird year, same as last year, and looking at what is essential versus non-essential. That's personally the opinion I got from the several discussions that we had. So what I do want to highlight, though, is that the proposal of the budget, the recommendation that was brought forward to council by staff, are the issues that we're looking at, and are the issues of whether or not if we support the recommendation from the proposal. Conseillère Lise?
Hey, I have a question, Jay, because you're talking, and I do understand how important it is that we pass the budget. Obviously, I don't think it's we need to pass a budget. You need a budget to operate. Okay, that's very clear. Never was my intention to try to go get that guideline. There's a couple of things that I don't understand, Jay, because you're talking about, yes, we need the line recommendation for the staff, but for 16 years, I was there. I'm not going to talk for the past few years. That wasn't there, but when I was there, I don't recall ever receiving a budget and approve right away everything that was proposed. That's the intent of, you started at a higher, we go down and we work at it. I think right now, if we don't cut services, I know there's tough decision to be made, but as far as I'm concerned, we're missing. I think to go to 2%, we're missing, I think 200, if we're going, I think it was $350,000 that we need to cut to go for the 2%. That's what I understand, that we were not, it's not recommendation that I'm giving, it's something that we can look at it, because my suggestion or my thought about what we can go out this year was the amount was over $600,000. So it's just to choose and pick and choose, I guess, what we can go really not need this year, because every year there's things that carry to other year. And I don't see that we have to go back. I think all the item, I'm talking for myself here, that I put down, it's item, because we had approved in principle a lot of things, and public work was a them. So if there's delay about, because we had approved up to everything for the road that need to be, you would need quotation or whatever you call it, RFP, gravel and everything, and principle, we did not stop that. So at the beginning, I remember clearly that when we came, for example, contentious issue, we said, okay, we discussed a little bit, that would be brought back at the end. And this is what I was thinking that we're doing right now, because they were consensus. C'était difficile avant, c'était des choses qu'il y en avait nous autres qui n'étaient pas d'accord. Puis il y en a que c'est pour ça que c'était rapporté à ce qu'on fait là. Je veux dire, le début que tu marques the chance to exceed our opinion, we did voice our opinion, but we did not discuss it and we did not vote on it. We went on and then you came with some recommendation. So my goal is the same as you, Jace, to have a budget this year, no more than 2%. So at the end of the day, if we go around, I'm sure there's a lot more than 2% that was identified in what the suggestion that was made.
Well, as you indicate, I'm happy I'm happy to hear that. I'm also happy to provide you with the information and some of the explanations with respect to the fact that if you don't do a project that was listed in Steph's capital, so Steph's increased to 800,000 as an example is a lot of the project you use. And so what we're indicating is that if you want to reduce his capital, I can guarantee you, and take this as your staff member, that those issues or initiatives or building issues that need to be addressed are not going to get any better or go away. They're going to get worse. If they're recognized now, they're going to get worse. The only thing I'd recommend potentially is if you had something in mind where you didn't need a building going forward, I wouldn't necessarily want to rebuild a building that you knew you might want it to declare surplus, but the ones we're planning on using, you need to do them. The other stuff that Steph did politically, which I thought was, Steph's interpretation of all of council's needs. It was the playground type stuff with the added value stuff, and at that point, those don't need to ever be done, but there's rationale for why we're doing them and why they should be done, because I think that I'm speaking as a resident now. West Nipissing again this week was not named, but in the Maclean's listing as the top community by which to live in.
122.
So, right. And and so, and then you see where our neighbors are and that kind of thing. So we're doing something right with the money that we have. Now, unless you're deciding that that you don't want to continue the philosophy. And I'm not saying that, it's not a threat or, accusing you of being whatever, but without articulating it in a clear direction or strategic plan, the status quo idea where you want to go is happening very well. And so I'm not trying to shorten a meeting here. All I'm saying is that what we have is a good compromise, factoring in 1,700 square kilometers of residents all over, and including issues that we're able to include that were off the table thanks to gas tax. We put some stuff in there that may not have been acceptable to all people now, but you have the opportunity to get them all in now. So I guess that's the point. But if you start lowering capital levels in any department in terms of their dedicated capital levels, those are assessed by the staff as what is needed to maintain those areas. And if you lower them, so let's say you don't do the council chambers, let's start. Fair enough. You're going to want to do it. You're going to need it. And to be blunt to you, all of you, we've heard too many times from council the dissatisfaction when you're in that council chambers. So it's going to need to get done. That chambers is old. It's needing to be replaced. The sound and everything needs to get done. And so we need to get this done. And so if you want to do something else instead, fair enough, but it'll come back. And so we're saying, let's get it done now. So that's the thing. And we can get it done at the 2%. So anyway, I'll leave it to the chair, and I'm debating council and I don't want to do that. So I apologize.
Conseiller Leo, Conseiller Chris, Conseiller Rowley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I would be satisfied with the 2%. I guess we're all in agreement with the 2%. And Jay brought us back to the 2% with all a recommendation from staff. And they've worked along for the last 4 or 5 months on this budget. And it's recommended. I am willing to compromise from the 3.7 to 2% with all that been proposed by staff, and to go forward. And I'm willing to vote on it. Thank you.
Conseiller Chris.
Yeah. So me too. I am very.
Sorry, Chris, we lost your voice.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So my dog's barking outside. So very much what Leo said. We've agreed to 2%. The staff has got it to 2%. I don't really agree with any of the. I mean, if we want to take these things one at a time or wholesale, I don't agree with anything. I just want to put this budget to bed, and I put it to bed as is, where is, as stated. Thank you.
Conseiller Rowley.
Thank you. I just got a question for Jay. Yeah, you did mention that the items that some councillors brought forward for cuts, but would not necessarily cut our budget. It would not lower our numbers down. Could you explain that?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. There are assumptions made on that, and at the top of them, I'm saying that things that are not part of your core operations and things that are capital, are going to be needs that you're going to have. And so in your budget, there is a capital amount that you see in every departmental line item, and it has a number. Within that number that is taken from capital, either basically then is assigned to a project. So if you don't do the project and you want to reduce that capital number, the danger of that is basically then you're going to be falling further and further behind on your infrastructure needs. The roads example are easy. Let's say you have, right now we know we have about $3 million a year that if we were a perfect community, we tax-wise, let alone in addition to gas tax and if you were going to go behind that, you would be falling behind, and your roads and ditches and sidewalks are going to be deteriorating. So you have to get to a level where you're satisfied that we can answer the public's needs with whatever. Our buildings, our building infrastructure is the same way. So if you start pulling back on that, you're gonna have to, you're causing yourself future problems where you're gonna have to catch up even further. So the idea is not to go and gas the taxpayer and do all kinds of stuff for money you don't need. The idea is to try and get a community that is a good mid-range between everybody's needs, so that you don't have to go and increase taxes 12% this year, 1% this year, whatever. What is that magic number? 2%, my opinion, is low, but given the arguments that were raised politically this year, okay, we'll get it to that. We have the surpluses from last year, and we're still increasing our general reserve. So we're still, my recommendation is still a sound one, where we're taking what we didn't spend last year, which was from taxpayers, and we're putting it back in this year. So we are, in essence, deferring saving taxpayers' dollars by using the taxpayers' dollars that we used last year. I don't know if that answers your question, Rolly.
Yes, it kind of does, Jay. Thank you. Furthermore, is I think this budget at this time, for what staff has presented, has a little bit for everyone. Now, I have issues with some projects moving forward, but I'm willing to give and take on this. I'll bite the bullet on some that we had promised, that this is all that we're putting in. The rest is to the resident, and I'll if one side moves forward, the other side should also move forward, and let's get this budget done. At 2%, I'm really satisfied with what was presented by staff. So let's move this forward. Thank you.
Conseiller Denis.
Madam Mayor, this question is for Jay, I guess. I'm confused how you're going to get to 2%. Are you looking at the document that you said you wouldn't own? Is that the document you're using to get at 2%? That's all. That's why I'm not sure how you're going to get to 2%. If you're going to use this document, well, then I'm not in favor, because you're cutting 40 grand from Living Center. So you know what I mean? That's the
right. So I'm not, right. Okay. So let me go back here to statements. It would be my recap number 1. I'd have to go back and get it. What I was asked. So I had recap part 2 and recap part 3. I don't have recap part, my first recap. So let me get to that first. Councillor Dennis Sinical. Let me get to that first, and then I will then explain to you what I was talking about.
I think that's the last one you sent out, Jay. I'm not sure.
The very last one.
March 29th. March 29th. That's the one. Recap financial plan. That was the number 1.
That's what I have here. Now, Councillor Dennis Sinical, though, is asking a question on the last one, the part 3 one, Councillor Dennis.
Well, there's no number, no date. It says I was asked for recommendation to achieve 2%, and then you're listing at the bottom, Living Community Center, 40 grand, Winter.
If I may, the first memo for the 29th of March brought down the budget to 3.7.
Yeah, that's not the one.
Okay.
No, okay. Now I know what you're talking about, Councillor Sinical. So can I speak to Councillor Sinical, because I think I'm on his page. So basically, just to recap, because some people brought back up some stuff that were agreed last year that you weren't touching. So my original comment, and I'll speak to the mayor right now, was and to Councillor Lee Sinical, was the very first council recap where I got it to 3.7. Okay. And then council asked me to go back and try and see if there are some cuts in the operation or whatever. What would your recommendations be, Jay, as a CAO? So I came back and I said, well, my recommendation is potentially, if you want to start, and I was using some assumptions on some arguments that were being made at council. I'm not saying I agree with them, but there were some reasons for not funding the field school because we don't own it. So then I put, okay, if you're going to put that, here's a suggestion. Living Community Center. I'm not making a value statement on the contribution to the Living Community Center because I've been here 20 years and I know that they've been working well in partnership with us. But if you wanted to go with what we don't own and funding, then I said two things. I said the Living Community Center and some of these private roads that people are, what? You guys are doing private roads? Take those off. I'm not recommending them, but under that circumstance. But having said that, Councillor Dennis, last meeting, all of my recommendations here, council agreed that they wouldn't be looking at them. So that's off the table. So we're agreeing in the budget that I was proposing, we're agreeing to obviously continue Living Community Center, maintain roads, ECDEV, even though it's an add-on and it's a variable, we don't need to, we're going to keep it because we've already endorsed their position at the last council meeting. Community projects, even though Councillor Yvon said we don't want to do flags this time or whatever, which would have been a small savings, we are still doing community projects so that we're still growing. We're still going to get a McLean's report because we do all nice and fun and visually good things. We're going to continue to fund beautification and the people that are picking up all of our garbage right now for free. So we're going to continue mobilizing our folks. Doctor recruitment, we're going to keep it in there. So that's what we agreed. So I know that Councillor Yvon suggested, well, I don't agree. I think that shutting the museum down was a good idea and that kind of thing. Having said that, last meeting, council said we're not touching any of that. So then we asked, okay, what can we bring in? And then I had 3 respondents who brought in some ideas. So if you ask me, Councillor Dennis, just to finish, because your question was a long one, and then I will. I know, but if you want the answer, I gotta say it. The first capital one was where I gave you suggestions on how to get to the 3.7. And I would say, and I said, in addition to, what we proposed, here's how we're going to fund the additional amounts. We have additional gas tax funding. So Nature's Trail Bridge, I know it's not necessarily universally approved if we're going to vote on it, but in terms of a budget, people are willing to acquiesce. So 800,000. Pine Poultry, is done through gas tax. And if it isn't done through gas tax, Councillor Yvon, you would be doing it through taxes next year. So this way you have a way of doing it. So next year in your list of roads of priority, obviously Pine Poultry won't be on it. Patching, we're going to be able to do that through gas tax. The Eau Chateau and some of the stuff that we should be doing, we're just going to use surplus. The field school was agreed that we would remove it. And that was one of the items to get from 3.7 to 2 was the field school. $25,000 in ECDEV community projects was the other one that was council agreed to do. So there's 125,000 in the reduction from this memo, whatever. My recommendation for the rest is go and get more surplus because it really isn't going to affect a whole hell of a lot at that point anyway. Now, I don't know, Councillor Dennis, if that explains to you, but if you take the very first memo dated March 29, take what we have there, take away the fact that field school isn't there, and add 25,000 reduction out of the ECDEV budget, and then the remainder I would go and get out of reserves. I think that.
Thanks a lot. That's clear as mud.
No, if there's anything else, Councillor Dennis, I'd be happy to answer, even if you're a Canadian.
I just wanted to make sure that I couldn't figure out how you're getting to 2%.
C'est comme ça. On a beaucoup plus d'argent de l'année passée. Et pour cette année-là, it's a day in transition. You haven't gotten together to decide, and we haven't gotten together to decide, hey, should we be full, and I don't want to be extreme, should we be rolling back things that we're doing here? Where, are we overspending our means or whatever? You haven't really done that. That being said, in the, given the uncertain times and the fact that we have all of this extra money, this is the uncertain times budget that we're keeping it at 2. And by the way, we're still assisting our taxpayers by deferring penalties and interest and so forth. So in terms of paying taxes, you've already decided on how you're assisting them, right? Just so you know. Anyway, so Councillor Dennis, that's my complete answer, and I'm running on, I'm verbal diarrhea now.
Okay. And Councillor Lise?
Okay, so I
Councillor Chris
followed
had
you,
his hand up,
Jay.
too.
So you had $125,000, but that doesn't bring up to 2%. So there's still some, so the rest what you're recommending is we take it from the reserve. So you add it to the 555 that, because this is where 555, so I mean, you're talking about $200,000, 25. So why can we not look at the project that we can instead, because the reserve is going to be there. You've been saying, Councillor Dan has been saying that next year we can expect a big increase. And so why not increase our reserve and see next year if we can do things that we don't need to do this year, that it's not an emergency.
And I thought that was the objective of
Yeah.
this meeting today. So I think based on everyone's comment, we still need to focus on the task. And out of courtesy to the members that did provide some feedback for today.
I certainly have no problem with looking at the individual items that you've listed. What I'm indicating to you is that many of those items, and to answer Councillor Lee Senecal, sorry if I sound formal, just Lee's
No,
down to
it's okay.
differentiate. To answer
Hey,
Councillor
I've been
Lee
called worse, Jay.
to answer Councillor Lee Senecal is just to continuously describe to you that your budget needs that capital level. And when you want to defer those projects and take away those capital levels, you're just pushing your problem down the road. So to just say, I'm going to increase reserves and do that, you're better off to have that line item when you can get it to that line item. Otherwise, you're going to be like using general reserves the way you are for special projects would not be my way to go. Thanks.
Okay, but
Was
can
there
I?
at least?
I want to add to that, and I agree at certain point with you, Jay, but if we put in an operation this year, we know that next year that's going to be the starting point. And if we have to cut next year because we have a major increase in with health and DSAB and the police building will come into effect, it's not going to be a neutral cost for the municipality, even if they pay us a lease. So that's what I'm saying. So why take a chance this year and approve everything? And next year, you're right, it's still got to be in operation. And capital, every year it changes, some remain because it's postponed for the next year, but there's things that added to capital. There's a few things that we can look at it, and I understand completely what you're saying, but then you're defining the purpose that we're saying, get ready for next year, because now we got to jack this year, so next year won't be able, it's part of the budget, we'll have to cut next year instead. Because if there's an increase that much, that what Councillor Dan is saying that we're gonna have, and I'm expecting an increase, maybe not that much, like 20-25%, but it's gonna be an increase in both for DSAB. And there's a other increase that we're gonna have. Well, let's face it, we know that operations gonna start exactly where we are. It's a lot easier to not do something that to cut next year also.
Well, the only things that under that logic, the only things that you would look at are those that are funded by tax, not the ones that are funded by reserve levels.
So maybe you can go through with us and tell us what's funded by tax.
I will, yeah.
Okay, so we can make, because there's still 225,000 that we have to cut if we don't want to touch the reserve. Am I right or wrong?
Probably.
There's an assumption in there.
Excuse me, Madam, I'm talking, Jay, I was talking to Jay, Madam Mayor.
Okay, well, I was going to provide you an answer based
Yeah, but,
on your
okay.
comment, but I'll let Jay respond
Yeah.
because I don't think that's accurate at 100%.
Well, no, but that's what I'm asking.
Cutting from 3.7, so basically the difference of 3.7 to 2 is 1.7. 177,000 is 1, so you're looking at 200 and whatever it's in change. I'm drawing a blank here, just trying to. But the reduction of the Eau Chateau, where you're moving that back to reserve in terms of that amount, you're moving that plus the 25,000. Elisa,
We
can
didn't
you
talk
help me
about
out
those
here?
Chateau, we talked
So-
about the field school, 100,000 and 25.
Oh,
for-
sorry, yeah, the
Yeah.
field school, yeah. Sorry
There's a
about
little
that.
bit of difference there.
I saw the wrong 100,000.
Okay,
So we've already dropped that by the 125.
Yeah,
And so
so-
what you're looking at is the difference between 125 and on a 1.7. Elisa?
So it was actually with the drop of the 125 with the other stuff that's settled in there, it got you down to 3. So there was just
So then it's 177 is
Yeah.
what you have to find.
177, Alexa?
177 if you want to reduce expenses.
Okay,
But,
Okay.
and then I can take you through tax expenses, but just the fact that, you know, if you're looking at this in a vacuum and you think that some of the stuff funded through tax, which are requests that we indicate that we need to maintain a healthy operation, that's not going away. And so, but I'll explain that when we get there.
Okay. What I was going to add to that comment is with the 3.7, we were taking out 556,000 from reserve. And to bring it down to 3%, it means that we're dipping more into reserve above the 556. That's what I was going to say.
That's
yeah,
accurate.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it to Conseiller Dan and Conseiller Chris, and then we're going to proceed with the suggestions that were brought forward.
There were some comments that were made in regards to reserve surplus, and I'm a little puzzled here. At one time, Jay, you were saying that you're going to take the money from last year's surplus to get us to the 2%. And then we got into the reserve. Which is which?
Well, they're kind of both integrated. We started off, so if you know, the reserve and the surplus are one and the same kind of conversation, in the sense that your starting reserve was around 2.7 or 2.8. And then you had a surplus of about 1.5. Like, sue me for rounding up. I'm just giving you strategic things for discussion. So your starting surplus for this deliberation is 4.3. But your starting surplus last year, or your ending surplus, the surplus you had last year throughout the year, was 2.7. So we had a surplus or starting reserve, sorry, the reserve position you have right now is 4.3. Within that, there is a surplus of last year's operating and whatever that wasn't spent of 1.5 million. So what I'm saying in that first memo is that not going lower than the 2.7, going into the 1.5 million, you can bring it down by the other budget increases, the Eau Chateau and blah, blah, blah. And then the other ones were all gas tax. So what I was proposing, which is still way below the $1.5 million of last year, I'm not overspending and dipping into it. What I was proposing is using all of that to get to the 2%. And that would make your end reserve approximately, Elisa, are you playing with that right now? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, just give me a minute here.
Okay. So what you'd be doing, you know, is that your reserve position with this budget over last year's approved budget would actually increase by about 600,000. So you're trending upwards on your general reserve, plus you're creating better dedicated departmental reserves.
So just to conclude, just as a second question, is that, so then what would happen is a reserve after we've spent last year's tax money that we taxed the people for and we didn't spend. The reserve now, Alicia, would be at 3.3 million.
Elisa's doing the exact calculation. Elisa?
Yeah, so with the, you know, getting to 3% from reserve, or even getting started with getting to 3.7 where we started at and going down using just that transfer from reserve, our position would be 3.5 after that.
So that's even better than what we started out with last year.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
but
that's-
then Elisa, tell them what the final reserve would be if you got to 2.
And keep in mind that part of that reserve as well is assigned to specific grants, which have specific, Jay saying no.
No, this
No.
is general reserve.
No.
This is general reserve.
Correct.
So I just
What I'm
wanted,
asking.
It's not assigned to any grants, no.
No.
This is like your equity. This is what you have in your bank.
So that's pretty healthy going into next year. And
But
Madam Mayor, may I finish, please?
Go ahead.
So that would mean that with the what we did, the exercise, it gets us down to 2%. We had to use some reserves, but the reserves were part of a surplus. So it doesn't really mean that was all reserves. So we're not really touching the whole amount of the reserve. And that we can move forward with these projects that was put in front of us by staff. Okay, thank you. That's good.
Yeah, to put it succinctly, your general financial position is moving forward and not backwards. You're not eroding your reserve position from last year. You're actually increasing. So you're actually improving now. Elisa, do you have that number? I would have done it quicker with my calculator.
You probably would have. Yeah, so if you go get the extra 177 from reserve,
Yes.
then we go from 3.5 down to 3.38. So
Which is pretty much what I said, 3.3. Yeah. there you
Okay,
go.
and if I may, subsequent to that, the reason why we finished in the surplus position, we did have grants that we did not spend. Would that be correct?
I have nothing to do with that.
No, the grants that didn't get spent, like gas tax and the municipal modernization and all those stuff, they're separate. They're in their own
Okay,
dedicated reserve.
okay, thank you.
So it's good news all around.
It is, and there's still some suggestions that were brought forward, and that those need to be dealt with and not ignored either. Conseiller Chris?
So I'm just wondering if I heard Lise correctly, because it sounds to me like she's wants to be fiscally prudent. Are you agreeing to put my $100,000 back in? Because I look at all these suggestions and I think, wow, you guys want this stuff. I want to be fiscally prudent, and I want my $100,000 back in reserve to knock my school down. The other thing I want to say is looking at the McLean stuff and doing a little bit of math. We're very low on taxes, and I don't think it's fiscally prudent. But we could put in something like a 27% tax increase, and we'd still be in the top 10 in Ontario. That tells me that we are missing stuff. We're missing services, and if this is the way that if this is a vision for the municipality, that's fine by me. But if we're going to negotiate in bad faith, and we've said, people have agreed to this 2%, and we're going to hash this through, then I'm going to negotiate in bad faith too. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Conseiller Lise?
Okay, first of all, Councillor Chris, the $100,000 for the school, it's for something that don't even exist right now and don't even have voted that we're going to do whatever we're going to do. So I don't know why you're putting something on the table we have enough to deal with. Okay.
I assure you.
I was speaking, Councillor Chris said that I was giving permission. You have the right to your own thing. I take that as intimidation because Jay, you're right. If we do it like that, but the thing is, yes, we're keeping a healthy reserve, but next year we're starting with maybe $200,000 or $300,000 that we can delay to see how next year go and take a little bit of chunk there, because every year we're doing chunk of something we did not do, something that doesn't cut the services, something that doesn't prevent people to enjoy recreation, something we're doing, not trying to cut services or to cut staff. Because that's, you were talking, Jay, explaining and Christopher about, Councillor Christopher about how tax work. There's a reality. Let's say tomorrow that the province doesn't give us no money whatsoever, and we don't get grant. Well, guess what? We will be responsible for all the budget we have, and then we will have to cut deep, which will probably never happen. Another thing is we're 122, and one of the main reasons, there's two major reasons why West Nipissing is rating so good as a municipality to live on is because the price. We don't have to have 23. We cannot have the services that the big city is going to have because we're between two big cities. So one of the reasons we're 122, Councillor Christopher, because we were able to keep the maximum level of tax reasonable for our residents. Most of our residents are retiring community. Right now, we don't see any growing industry because we're refusing to have industry. And then there's no place for that. We're in between two towns. And to spend money right now, you have to look at what's happening. I'm not saying to cut everything. I don't say that everything I propose that it's off the limit, but we need to look at something. And I present that you see the $100,000 have nothing to do with the budget. It doesn't belong to the municipality.
Okay, so you know what, everyone that wanted to have comments, had their comments. I think if we don't go through the exercise that we had agreed to do today, we're not going to get through a final position so we can move this budget forward. I think everyone wants to be fiscal responsible. We want to try to get the best ultimate number identified. We've got a lot of recommendation that came from staff. And at the same time, I just want to remind members of council at our last meeting, it was agreed that, you know, since we weren't moving forward, let's take the time to provide ideas, suggestions, ask questions, formalize it so we can deal with that with the assumption that at the end, we can have a budget that everyone's going to be happy with near the target of the 2%. Conseiller Chris.
So I think Lee's just touched upon something, and thank you, Lee's, because we have differences of opinions. And I think Lee's just touched on something that's very telling. She said that we're in a retirement community. I do not view us as at all. I don't think we're a retirement community. And my vision, in fact, is completely different to that. So I think this is where we fundamentally disagree with each other, is like, what kind of community are we on, and expenditure levels and this, that, and the other. And I think this is a problem, that we don't have the same vision. I do not see us as a retirement community. Thank you.
And it's not a problem that we don't have the same vision. I think it's a blend of everyone. And I think there's one thing that we do agree upon, that we have a lot of pride in our communities and that we want to do the best for our communities. And I have a sense that everyone is committed to that.
Mayor?
Yes, Conseiller Lise?
I think Monsieur, our COJ was about to go through and say what really tax would for the 177,000, exactly what would be touching the tax level, right, Jay?
I was, and I was also, if you know, out of deference for those folks who took the time to express their you know, their thoughts in writing, and thank you. And I took the time to analyze those in the context of the budget, and my strategic recommendations are not that you know, whatever. I'd be happy, since it's my explanation, to go over it and then have, if it's clarified by those who are making the request, whatever. And at the same time, Councillor Lee Senegal, sounds for I'm going to have to continue Councillor Lee's then. You know, as I'll say which ones I believe influence taxes or not, but I might have a difference of opinion on certain people's aspects of you know, what the reserve and stable reserve levels are. But I'll go through those one at a time. So with permission, Madam Mayor, you know, you're right to, I think if you continue to go back and forth and show the differences and the parochialness of different geographic areas and the difference of interpretation, all that, I don't think we'll ever get a budget. So if we're very, very close, I think we all have an agreement in principle. And I think it's, we just need to go through these 10 or 11 items for the most part. And I think that within that, council has asked for something that's very timely, I realize, by law enforcement. So I think we need to have those discussions, and I'd be happy to take you through one at a time, Madam Mayor.
I think we're ready to start that process. Everyone in agreement?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
First, let's be clear. The first step is to identify, go by tax, and
no,
or
the
each
first
by
time
one,
is
and
I'm going through my,
okay.
I'm going through my
Okay.
budget, and during that I'll identify tax and not.
Okay,
Okay, so Council Chambers.
If I may, I would just like to, I guess, have identified who's chair. Is it Councillor Lees or you, Madam Mayor?
Not me.
Sorry, Councillor Burley, can you precise why you're questioning that question? I don't understand why you're asking.
Well, because there are rules that we need to follow. If the chair speaks at the beginning or at the end. The
You
rest
know
is
what,
council.
at this point, I've opened up the floor. I've let everyone speak.
Okay,
I've
I just
clarified
want,
issues, and I
let's move
seek
forward with this.
direction from all members of council that we move forward with the document presented. So I don't understand where's the confusion, Councillor Burley.
Well, there won't be any confusion if we follow the rules as we proceed. I just want to proceed. Let's move forward.
Well,
And we've identified-
that's the agreement, Councillor Burley.
Okay,
Jay
thank you.
just made the
Right.
suggestion that we start with the process.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to be, although I'm perceived as such, but I've been around a long time. Some of you say 15 years ago I was here, but I've been for all of those years. And at the end of the day, I can help you through this if you just let me. And as your CAO, please let me. Your first point is council chambers. Valid point. Defer. You don't have to do anything. You can defer it till next year. Certainly nothing is going to crumble. Absolutely nothing's going to crumble. The point I'm making in my $28,000 is that the amount that we need in that, and this is Elisa's area, for AODA, changing different things or whatever, we're still going to need the $58,000 level. Elisa, if I can see your face on these things. Okay, thank you. No offense, but just because I need you on these things. So what I'm saying is it's not necessarily that it's not tax related, it's that it's affecting an expenditure level that is necessary. Whether you think that the actual council chambers is necessary this year, it isn't, but it is going to be necessary in future years. And so while we can do it this year, check it off the list, and then we won't come back to you with it. We're going to come back to you with the front counter or whatever. But the amount of money we need is the amount of money we need. If you start arguing with us on that, you're going to run into some problems because your expert staff is telling you that you're going to be taking steps backwards on things crumbling, not meeting legislation, all kinds of stuff. So that's what I'm saying for council chambers, and that's a general point I'll make. The financial analyst is a separate one. That is tax, Councilor Lees, because it doesn't deal with any reserve levels at that point. That's operations. It's HR operations. So, Madam Mayor, that is my explanation for why you want to keep council chambers in, because it doesn't necessarily recommend a one-of type of thing. It is something that's existing, and it is something that is necessary to be fixed. That's my recommendation. I leave it to you to discuss or to vote on.
But there's a question for Jay.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Lise.
Okay, I understand, Jay, perfectly what you're saying, but part of the 28,000 for the repair, whatever, there were a portion that Alicia, I think you had said that could be taken like IT, for example. That could be part of the, what do you call that grant, the
Modernization
Yeah.
Fund?
No, it can't. Anyway,
So
go
you
ahead,
say you can't.
Elisa?
So there's two different funds in play, and the one modernization fund was the one that we didn't qualify for, that was kind of geared towards IT. The other municipal efficiency one is actually geared towards that's that 725 that we received 2 years ago now. That's geared towards a variety of different guidelines on improving efficiencies and improving effectiveness of government. Either way, as Jay said, this one does not impact tax because of the work at the council chambers was coming from reserve. So it doesn't impact the tax. You can just delay the project, but it doesn't impact the tax.
Okay.
Councillor Leo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think if we're going to debate, there's 11 suggestions here. It'll be by 6 o'clock tonight. And I think with the explanation that with their CEO is doing, I think we should vote on it and not dwell and debate on every issue. I agree. Councilor Lee's need explanation, and that's fine. But I mean, if the 8 of us going to debate, you'll never get through it. That's my suggestion.
Well, if we just follow what's there, we shouldn't be here till 6 o'clock. So We got the explanation for council chambers. We know that it's not going to be on the tax base for next year. That the work that's being proposed and recommended by staff, it'll be funded through reserve. So it's to find out who supports the recommendation. That's it. And move on.
I've got a question, a recommendation that was proposed initially in the budget.
Well, you wanted the
No, 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 no,
No.
no.
What?
What's being accepted at the 2% was fine. These are, you're voting on whether you want to remove this from the budget. That was
Okay, but
already-
that budget that you had proposed, that's what I'm saying. I want to make sure that I vote the right way. If it's not tax, I'm not gonna remove that for sure.
So the question should be all in favor to remove the council chambers work from this year's budget. And given the explanation, I don't know that there's an appetite to do it, but. that
Okay,
would be the question.
But then on the flip side, Jay, let's not forget that the recommendation comes from staff. So does council also support the recommendation that was provided to us? Because we were given a proposal, we're being given a recommendation. The budget was set by staff and it's up to council to determine if they accept the recommendation.
Because I did not recommend to move
No.
anything, it was suggested.
Okay, so there are only suggestions, and I think the point of clarification that was asked at the beginning is to have the distinction of what's going to be rolled over into our budget next year, and that will have an impact on the increase. Is it part of the budget, or is it subsidized, funded through another source? Now, the fact that we know that it's not going to be taxed, it's not part of the tax, does that make a difference in the recommendation? And maybe it, you know,
Procedurally, we've tabled the document here today, and that's the document you're voting on. The other ones were tabled before, but this is the document with your recommendation you tabled on. So
you know what?
you know what?
agree with
On
that.
the flip side, you're gonna be
If
playing
I
the flip
may,
side.
if I may clarify, the objective was to see thoughts on how it could be reduced to the 2%.
Right, so do you agree with?
And then there's a lot of thoughts and discussions here, clarification, and it was based on a proposal, the recommendation.
Madam Mayor, I think that you're basically arguing with the CAO. You're
I'm not
supposed-
arguing with the CEO, I'm
No,
asking
sorry,
clarification.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we got a budget prepared by staff. We all agree by that. We all agree that the budget proposal had numerous requests, and those requests, are they all supported? Even the memo of Jay today identified that there was an assumption that majority of council recommends what was provided by staff. Read the memo, it states that.
No, I think you're wrong.
Well, you know what? I'm going to read the memo. I'll read that section of the memo
No, please
before
don't.
implying I am
Madam Mayor,
incorrect.
Madam Mayor, I think that you're supposed to be chairing the meeting. You're not supposed to be leading the meeting. You're not supposed to be responding. As Councillor Rowley said previously, your mandate is to introduce it, let us discuss, and then after, not debate every issue. And you're doing this.
I'm
Again,
not debating
and
every
all-
area. Conseil
Yes, you
Dan,
are.
did I provide you with the
Yeah,
floor?
you are.
My
I knew we
job
were
is
gonna
to
go
make
there.
sure
I-
to clarify.
Madam Mayor,
And I'm not getting into an argument, because if we get into arguments this way, we're not going to end up with the budget.
This is
And
what
I
we were
don't
saying.
think,
This is exactly what we were saying.
you know, Conseil Rowley, you have not been acknowledged, and please stop being interrupting, because as chair, yeah, I allow everyone to debate the issue, but I also request that there's clarification on issues if it's required, so we can proceed.
And you're reversing the sentencing on this. Mayor, we all agreed at 2%. What you brought back to us is trying to bring it even farther down. We all agreed on 2% with what was proposed by the staff.
I clarified the position from the beginning. The same thing, same comments were stated by Conseil Lise. They were suggestions for discussions because we had never had There was an appetite to discuss those issues. And it's not to say that looking at cutting all the items that were brought forward for discussion. That was made very clear. It's a bundle of issues to discuss, an opportunity to ask questions. But the question lies on whether or not if you support that recommendation. And it's highlighted in the memo. There's an assumption that those that did not bring any comments have accepted the recommendation made by staff. So when we're asking questions pertaining to specific issues, it's to find out if that recommendation is supported. And if it's supported, we move on. There you go. Conseiller Elise, Conseiller Chris.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because I would not have provided nothing, because we wanted 2%. And the last recommendation that was provided by Mr. Barbeau, there were $177,000 missing out of it. Am I wrong? And you wanted to take that from the reserve. Okay, that was a recommendation done. What we're saying that we don't, is there a way that we can go to the $177,000 without touching the reserve and have 177 more in the reserve? Because whatever we approve right now will be next year budget. So I agree to go line, like I understand, definitely, if it doesn't interfere with the tax, why would we vote against the 28 to renovate the chamber? Why would we do that? But there's other thing though that we can touch that with that tax. For example, I agree. I know that the $65,000 proposed by Alicia for the and she did a very good sell on it. She said it herself.
Pardon?
But at least we're touching
J'ai rien
something.
compris, Jay.
Non, c'est parce que si tu continues comme ça, on va discuter point par point.
Exactement.
The problem is in governance and procedure is that I've tabled a document, and that document is to be voted on. So at those points, you have a look at it. Now, the first one seems to be obvious because it doesn't affect taxes. So let's move on and say that that's not on the table. The second one, if I can just help move this along, Councillor, because there are staff involved and we'd like to see progress. And so, and I have no problem with council's will. I just want to make sure that we have. So we have a financial analyst. That's a tax one. That'll probably be a good example. Okay. Now, yes, that would basically reduce the, the requirement to go into reserves by that 65,000 or 68. I don't have that. But what I am saying in my explanation is there are some things, even on a status quo, that your staff is saying they need help, whether it be HR help, whether it be procurement help or whatever. What we are saying and what I am saying in this memo and what Elisa is saying very patiently is that she, as the treasurer, is not able to continue to do and to fulfill the reports that she needs to do, both legislatively, both from an operational perspective. And I could tell you, and if the chair of public works was speaking with his manager, as he does very well, he would know that there's a frustration even with the chair of public works in the bottleneck caused by the fact that we don't have enough resources to assist us to be able to move things forward in an efficient and effective manner. And so in our opinion, we are extremely lean and too lean in the general government area and lack assistance to do our basic stuff. And that's why we are strongly recommending the extra position. Here's a threat, because that's what you're going to say, and I don't intend it that way, but we are no longer able to continue to provide you with some of the reports you request in a timely manner. And so when you say, where's that report? I will say, and you'll get offended by it, it'll come maybe in August. We don't have time. She's swamped. Where were you last night at 8 p.m., Elisa? Here. When did you start? At 8. So what we're saying is it's needed. Now, council votes it down after our recommendation. That's fine. I know I'm being overly aggressive on my sales pitch, but as your staff member, I'm telling you. So that is a tax one.
Now, may I be able to speak on the subject matter since I raised it in the document? Unless there's someone else that wants to speak on the subject matter. I raised it as one of the issues that I flagged based on the fact that last year we also agreed that we would be retaining a term position using the modernization fund to assist corporate services and to assist with the additional committees. And that $725,000 so far has no money that has been expended. I haven't heard a definite plan on how we plan on spending the money. It's sitting there not being used, and we haven't retained a term individual to assist corporate services. So now the recommendation is to complement increase HR by one person. And we haven't done what we had agreed for 2020. And twofold, we're getting an operational review, which is scheduled to be presented any day or very soon to council. I'm not sure that operational review, what the timeline is of when council will be receiving that information. So that is why I put it down as a subject matter to discuss.
To respond, those are valid points, Your Worship. To respond to your first point, the reason that there was a delay in a non-expenditure of the special projects person that was discussed pre-COVID, it was left in there is because of the chaos that was that existed and that we've been working under as staff for the last year, managing this thing. And so we were not going to start this special project. In fact, the government postponed some of our deadlines for some of those special projects, but those were special projects. This is not worthy. This is not modernization stuff. This is stuff we are telling you that structurally from a human resources perspective, there's physical resources, which you seem to be very, all of, the councils and seem to understand, but the human resources and the toll that is being placed upon the staff is not going to be alleviated by a special projects person that has a totally different mandate. And that once that mandate is done, will be gone. So it's apples and oranges. And so just to respond to you that way. With respect to the, to follow the logic of the operational review, yes, the operational review will be coming, and it will be citing the need for additional human resources in general government. And the additional human resources in the general government will highlight two issues, and we're trying we'll highlight the fact that our HR issues need to be consolidated because for a variety of reasons, one of which is the abundance of work, but the other one is liability. And the other one is centralized procurement, which we're not necessarily in agreement and we're still discussing with them. But to follow the logic and to wait an entire year for this report to happen does not alleviate the expert recommendations that your staff are providing you, which is we need the position. And it may adjust the recommendations of KPMG if they saw that there was a position. Having said that, we need that position. Now, if we don't need the position, I mean, I'll give you the reverse argument. No problem, but we will be having to adjust accordingly because I will no longer be burning out my staff.
Councillor Lise?
Just, Jay, is it possible, because you said there's a certain amount that was not utilized for staffing, whatever, to help, that can be put into place to a contract position for this year, taken from that grant, and then next year, if we need a full-time HR, and I agree that Alicia will have too much hat that she's wearing right now. But I mean, that's a full-time position. So if we prove that, we need a HR that to alleviate the work of Alicia right now.
It doesn't fall into modernization.
But there's another
What I'm
one that's,
asking for is, yes, the other one, which was approved last year, which isn't part of our taxation budget, will likely be posted at the right time when we're out of COVID and we're able to actually implement some of those projects. And so that's still on the books, but it will not be, it has nothing to do with the discussion we're having right now.
doesn't answer.
So I guess the question would be, do we support the recommendation of retaining an additional HR person for HR to assist corporate services? Based on your recommendation, staff, Jay, it's to find out if council supports the recommendation.
No, that's wrong. Not HR. It's a financial analyst position that we're talking about.
No, it's HR. It's an extra position.
Oh, okay.
My point though, Madam Mayor, is we had a stable thing that we were tabled before. The difference that we're having is that you're looking at a document before you, and do you support the recommendation to remove it would be my difference of question, but.
My recommendation were all suggestions for discussions based on the proposal provided, Jay. I've highlighted more than the 2%, assuming that, you know what, everyone could agree to keep status quo as recommended, or if there's anything to remove from the budget, to remove from the proposal that was provided to council.
As I indicated, what you highlighted wasn't necessarily a taxation issue. You highlighted a dollar amount, but it doesn't reflect taxes.
No. For HR, it does, right? I just want to clarify.
We're coming down, yes, for HR,
No,
it does.
no.
We're
Okay.
coming down to the difference of opinion as to how you word the question, given the fact that you're voting on everything where you should be just breaking a tie, but that's, another point.
Conseil Chris?
So I just want to go back to what Leo said, because I agree with Leo. I don't support any of this, any of these things. Like, you know what, you might want to get taxes down by shutting down field and our hopes and our dreams, but we're not going to do it. So as a group of things, I can just tell you right now, my answer is no. So if you want to go through one by one, then that's fine. You go ahead and do that. But I already know my answer to all of it is no. And what you risk is, that I rescind, that I become a bad actor and I don't negotiate in good faith. So, let's be here all day and go through this one by one if you want. But I agree with Leo. We don't need to. We could just vote this done right now. Thank you.
Conseil.
Well, if he made a comment, I figure I could too. I mean, I think this is not negotiation. This is not the right to have our own opinion. This is not, it's at the start, even not ready to look at it. And I guess, the chance that it's been taken today, if that's the attitude that two said no right now to anything that it's there, is that we're not going to have a budget. So if we don't have a budget, that's, because I take that as intimidation, because they're saying over there that we can cut 177 and there's 2 right now, and more than that, I think 3 that said completely they would agree with that. We're not even touching it and trying. So, what's the use of discussing if you go like that? So we should just say who's accepting all of that, and then we're gonna have to go back to the drawing table and no budget. That's exactly because you're refusing us the right, and even that was given to us and retracting today because there's no, obviously you made yourself very clear, not because you're a bad guy. That's your position, Christopher.
Okay, so coming to the HR, so we can move forward to the HR position. Who supports the recommendation of moving forward and hiring a full-time for HR to assist corporate services with financials and reports and everything to be provided to council?
To support
So,
it?
yes, who supports it?
I support it.
Oh, okay, well, just give me a show of hands so we can move on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, attends une minute. 1, 2, 3, Kat, and I support it as well.
I
Chris,
know-
did you understand the question? Is he even there?
Chris,
Councillor Chris lifted his hand, I believe.
Okay,
No, I didn't lift my hand.
well, if you,
Oh, okay,
that means you
well-
don't support the HR thing. We need, I'm just asking.
Majority.
We're five,
Majority-
G anyway.
No, I know, but I want to make sure that everybody
Okay.
understands the same
Yeah.
rules.
Okay, so I said, who supports the recommendation based on the explanation of our CEO to retain, to hire, to proceed in hiring a full-time person for corporate services?
Okay, so I
And
already.
I saw
You
I
don't
saw
need-
Conseiller Rowley. I just want to make sure, Conseiller Chris. I saw Conseiller Rowley, Conseiller Dan, Conseiller Leo, Conseiller Alice, and I stated I support it based on the recommendation provided. Now, the question was directed to you, Councillor Chris. Do you support the recommendation?
So I think I made myself pretty clear. I can't make myself any clearer of my position. So I support where staff is at, and I support the 2%, and I do not support any of the cuts that have been put into place. I mean, I really.
That was
How can
not
I
the
be any
question,
clearer if
Conseiller
I
Chris.
Chris.
So by
in
not
fairness-
voting, in fairness, the question was asked, who supports the recommendation that Jay provided to us to proceed with the hiring? There's
You know,
5 people
Point
that
of order, Madam
agree.
Mayor, because you know what? He did not
The vote-
vote. He still think he doesn't want to vote because he doesn't want to vote. He said no. So let's go on. And I mean, if there's 5, there's 5. It doesn't
We
matter.
have
He doesn't want to.
Point of order right now, majority ruled, and yes, that position has been supported.
So Chris, Councillor Fisher made a general statement, but the chair is proceeding on the memo on an individual basis, and so you've foreshadowed how you're planning on voting. But I think that in fairness to the process, I think that everybody, when one thing comes up at a time, either you're in favor or you're against, so that we can move forward. If we stay stuck on this general, this general thing, I have my agenda here, and I sound Pollyannic, is to get a budget to serve the people of West Nipissing. And so I think we all have to look at compromise, both procedurally and in terms of government, and get this thing done. Because I could tell you, and I will be blunt, and maybe it's chastising, I have never in my 20 years and it's only in this term, have had to wait till May to approve a budget. I have had budgets approved in February, mostly, and sometimes within the day, conceptually, of a Saturday. And so let's move on so that we can govern this municipality with financial resources to get it together. Whether we agree with everything or not, we need to move. So this one here, thank you very much. Let's move to number 3, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and so the council chambers is off the table because of the fact that we know that it doesn't affect our taxes.
Right, we're at 3.
So we're in full agreement with that.
sorry, sorry. I thought we agreed with the tax because it's coming out of surplus.
We are.
Non, ben c'est ça, je
We
viens de
ag-
mentionner. Je
we
viens de
agree-
mentionner, je viens de mentionner it's off the table because we were told it does not affect the taxes and there was no objections.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm just helping you translate. Yes, they're agreeing because it doesn't affect taxes. Number 2, they're agreeing it affects taxes, but they agree it's a need. Now we're at number 3.
Okay, thank you.
Pertaining to the conferences, I think that was one issue that was identified that was never agreed upon. It's, I brought it up as a subject matter to discuss.
No,
Felt
before
that-
that, Madam Mayor, sorry, it's just right before that is about your advertising and then conferences. Numero
Okay.
corporate services advertising.
Yeah.
And then the next, and number 4 is your conferences.
Okay. The advertising is because when I looked at the budget line through corporate services, and I've just noticed, well, I gave a good summary. I remember last term we had discussed about it. We had discussed about being efficient on ways that we would be advertising through media and
Mhm.
trying to capitalize on the advertisement. I have noticed in the last few weeks that we have several ads on the same page where we're paying for advertisement for maybe an inch for our logo, another inch for our website, and we have that repeated at
So-
several locations. So if you start adding that up, well, that becomes, not to say that I want to nickel and dime, but I'm just looking at ways that we can be
No, it's fair-
efficient.
no, totally fair. And we've talked about that, Madam Mayor. So I'll speak to communications about making sure that we're combined. If you remember the, no offense here, but because it was good, Jérôme Cochine days, he was consolidating all of that. So if we're not doing that, I'll get to it. But if Elisa can speak to that line item and where we're at with that, hopefully my memo, because you gave me the detail.
Thanks. So there are sort of the, routine expenditures year over year, sort of in promotional and advertising that are in that. The last couple of years, it has been low because we've been working on getting our website revamped and renewed. So in addition to our regular expenses that you see in there in the, in the 2020 year, there is actually an $11,000 ad that's going to come in 2021 for maintaining our website, which is why we didn't actually drop that number, why we've maintained that level of advertising budget, because all this, wonderful stuff that we do produce now and our, does actually come with some costs to it as well. So that's why we've maintained that that advertising budget request. And then there are those small things. I will just sort of comment regarding the Tribune is that we do place our ads together and the communications coordinates the ads. The Tribune sometimes places them separately. And so they sometimes do their own thing as far as how things are placed when ads are taken out. So there is sometimes a little of stuff that happens at their side, even if we've kind of gone in and said, we're going to do this one roll up of stuff, they may break it up in order to fit it into the rest of their layout. Sometimes happens with their side as well. But yeah, certainly, as Dave's memo said, if you look at just 2020 in isolation, we actually need that additional funds to cover website costs that have been in development in ECDev up to this point, and we're transferring up to general government.
I didn't grasp the already $24,000 committed as identified on the memo, that we already have $24,000 that's been committed. Is
So,
that
11,000 of that 24 is the website? And so the
Okay.
website has been under development, has been under ECDev, well, it's been under development, but now that we've got an operational, functional website, it's moving to general government for the maintenance cost of it. Then there's 13,000 of committed sort of promotional activities for
Okay.
support for schools and things like that happen.
okay? And is there an opportunity that we can also revert to how we did it in the past when it came to job advertisement, that we normally had them bilingual instead of having one French ad and one English ad? I know
And
that we
again,
had
sorry, some of that happens at the Tribune's level. So, we're putting in an ad and it's going to be a, 2 columns by 1 column, and they'll then place it within their paper. It doesn't necessarily change how we are being charged for those advertisements.
So you know what, the point that I will make on because I just want to move things along on the operations, is that I've already mentioned to the mayor that I will have a conversation about how we can streamline things. And if there are any other issues, we'll bring them forth to communications to ensure that every efficient manner is captured. So basically, there's a possible reduction of $8,000. And from what I'm hearing, Elisa, in your opinion, is there any reduction at all? Could we reduce 4?
No, because you can't take from the committed stuff to the committed stuff is just, that doesn't include all that little bit of advertising we do. So we need a little bit of room for just unplanned advertising that happens during the course of the year.
So now we have the info. Thanks. That's it.
okay. And that is your taxes, right, Jay?
That was taxes, yes.
Okay. So based on that, do we support the recommendation to maintain status quo, the level that was proposed in our budget?
Hands up
you-
for those, hands up.
Who
Okay.
supports maintaining the same
Point of
level?
order,
what-
Madam Mayor. You've got councillors that wants to talk here.
Thank you, Councillor Broley. You don't have to raise a point of order, just highlight that someone has their hands up. Thank you, Councillor Chris.
I just want to make a motion for a recess. It's been an hour and a half and we all need a break. So as soon as this thing is,
Okay.
put this to bed, a recess, please.
Thank you. So we're just going to put this one here, deal with this one issue. So do we support maintaining what was recommended in our budget for that budget line based
Ben
on
has
the
his hand up.
explanation provided?
Madam Mayor, I had my hand up.
For support?
No, to make a comment.
Okay, well, proceed with your comment, please.
Well, what I'm going to say is perhaps might sound like a plug for the Tribune, but unless we support our local paper, we're not going to have a local paper. So the advertisement budget, I don't think should be cut in any way. In as much as that, social media, I know that a lot of people like doing politics over Facebook, but Facebook is not everything. So the point is that the printed material, and we are a retired community, as some people say and some people don't, people resolve to local papers. So we should not be cutting any advertisement money. Thank you.
And I'm not proposing of eliminating advertising in our local paper. That's
Madam
not
Mayor,
the proposal.
you don't have
So-
to make comment to every comment somebody makes.
No,
You're-
but if there's a political opinion, of not wanting to support ad in the local newspaper, I want to clarify that was not my position. It was just to look at ways of being efficient.
That's enough.
And that was already discussed in the past. So I think right now, one has identified that they'd like a recess. Let's put this issue to bed right now. So do we support, based on the recommendation, the explanation that we were given by Alyssa, to maintain the same amount of what was identified in the budget line? Who agrees? Can I see a show of hands, please, on who agrees? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Majority rules, it stays in as is. So, based on that, Conseil Chris made a recommendation for a 10-minute recess. Is there someone that supports the Conseil Yvonne?
It is moved by Chris Fisher and seconded by Yvonne Zuhain. At approximately 2:35 p.m., a motion was tabled for a 15-minute recess.
All in favor? Carried.
When did we say we're getting back?
Fifteen minutes.
Oh, I didn't check the start time.
Mel probably did.
Maybe next year, Jay?
Getting back next year? Is that a paid or unpaid leave?
Oh, well, for you, it would be a paid, I guess, because it wouldn't be your fault, right?
Could we vote for that right now? And can I have a vote? I'll vote like Trump. I'll vote twice.
He's still voting in. Okay, are we all there?
Is Rolly around? Oh, there he is.
Okay, so we're back.
Oh,
So
there
now
he is. Oh,
we're
that's a
up
vote.
to number 4, which is the council travel and conferences.
Yeah, it's just, I'm just gonna intercede. Yeah, that's not a biggie. All it does is basically if, we do have a policy of two conferences a year. So the funding matches the policy. And so once COVID finally leaves and council wants to go back to normal, that'll have to come back up. And so that'll be a tax increase, next year. So.
Councillor Chris?
So yeah, my point is just to concur with Jay. You know what, we might not use it this year, and that's fine. But if we cut it, then we're going to find it again next year. And this is my big concern: is that if we go cut, then next year we got to find all these things that we've cut, and it's going to hurt. So I say we leave it there.
So if there's no further question, who supports the recommendation that we keep it at status quo as identified in the budget? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're not going to keep it at status quo.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, Councillor Burley?
I had a comment. I had my hand up. No, if we could, if we want to cut the conferences for council, then I would also add to this. We should, since we were in COVID for a full year, and everybody was most of the time in lockdown, we couldn't move. Why are we paying expenses for a car for the mayor?
Oh, my God.
We should take this opportunity to cut.
And you're right. And why don't you add it? Why did you not submit it, to the CEO for the items to be discussed today?
Well, I'm submitting it now.
Right now, you're off topic. We are dealing with the conferences. The conferences is based on the travel to attend a conference and also on the travel for lodging and expenditures to travel out of town. That's the issue that we're discussing right now, Councillor Broly.
Well, I'm adding to it, Madam Mayor.
Well, you know what? That's not part right now of the discussion, and feel free to add it at a later date, and that will be your prerogative, and then we can discuss car allowances for the entire municipality if you do wish.
Thank you.
So right now, the question lies with conferences. And the question was asked, do we keep it as status quo as recommended in the budget? I gave an explanation. We were provided an explanation by the CEO. So let's move on. So I just want to see a show of hands of who supports to keep it.
I have a question before that.
We have voted on that.
Well, you know what? I asked if there was any questions, and questions are asked after I ask the question to vote so we can move forward.
No, I have a
Conseil Dan, what's your question, please?
My question is for Alicia, how much are we paying in regards to travel allowance for a car for the mayor per year?
That's not the subject right now.
I'm asking a question.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
That would be a point of order right now. Let's focus on the subject matter. And if you wish to ask questions at the
I'm
end of,
making a point of order, Madam Mayor, and I mean, at the end of the day, this is simply, in my mind, my opinion, I feel intimidation for us to not to vote against anything, and I don't take that, Madam Mayor. So the point of order is the discussion of your car allowance was never part of this budget. It's something that has been approved. So why are we going to discuss that? It's the same as what we had approved for the tax. Are we going to put the poultry or whatever road on the table? No, because we had agreed that it was tax money. This was
Okay.
not part of the budget. My
I'm going to
God.
rule on the point of order that we continue with what was discussed on the memo. If there's any further issues as far as questions that we have the time before the end of this meeting, we'll find out if majority rules to be able to add on something new. If not, then recommendation is that it be added at a future meeting. So right now we're focusing on the conferences of council, and there was an explanation that was provided by Jay. It does affect the taxes. We do have a policy. Year to year, it was a weird year last year and this year, knowing that there won't be any physical conferences that we will need to travel to attend this year. It's not going to happen. So who supports to keep it as recommended? Can I see a show of hands, please?
Sorry, can I make a comment first? May I speak?
Yes, if you speak on the subject matter.
I'm speaking on the subject matter. So the question should be who wants to remove it, because you're presenting the status quo. So the question is not who supports it, but who removes it. Thank you.
Conseiller Chris, I've dealt with the questions the same process from the get-go, and I will continue till the end. And if it's
Yes,
going to be
I know,
complicated, we're not going to get to a budget. So instead of implying I'm wrong, it wasn't wrong when the question was asked for the other subject matters.
Yes, we identified that was wrong.
You know
we
what?
did.
You voted in supporting
my
what was
God.
recommended.
No, Madam Mayor, you've lost control of the meeting.
Oh, I've
Madam-
lost. Okay. Right now, are there questions specific to the conferences?
Madam Mayor.
Conseiller Leo?
Yes, some money has already spent, because I mean, even virtual, we still had to pay, didn't we?
Yes, and last year we spent much less. We had decreased the amount because the only expenditure was the registration. There was no travel because there was no physical conferences to attend.
I know,
And
but if we remove it all, then, because we already attended 2 conferences this year, didn't you? You and Councillor Rowley, same. Because if we
the
remove it all,
amount that's, okay, the amount that's left in the budget covers the registration for us to be able to attend 2 meetings.
Okay.
2 conferences. But do we need the full 25? Because we know that we're not going to be traveling to attend a conference. So I'm just asking right now the question based on the information that was given by Jay. It's part of the taxes. We reduced it last year. I brought the subject matter to see, you know, I had concerns of keeping it at the same amount of previous years. And now I'm just asking so we can move on with the other subject matters. Who supports to maintain the amount that was recommended by staff in the budget proposal? Who supports it?
Who
So
supports to remove it is what you're asking.
One way or the other, we'll remove it, Madam Mayor. Ask the question, do we remove it from the budget line this year? It's the same thing because it will come to the same decision. And I mean, it's part of that budget, so. Remove or who doesn't want to do that, so. very difficult, very difficult.
I will repeat the question a final time. And if there's no consensus, then I'm going to make a decision. You know what? We'll keep it pending. So I'm asking who supports the recommendation that was provided to us by staff based on the rationale that we keep it in the budget. So who supports keeping it in the budget as presented? C'est simple. On a été présenté un budget, puis est-ce qu'on supporte la recommandation? Est-ce qu'on l'appuie, oui ou non? Donc, je
It's
vais
who supports removing it?
It's from the budget, it's the same thing.
Can we have the staff explain to us procedurally what we should be doing? Because I don't think we're doing it properly.
There's resistance in being able to proceed and deal with issues because of the fear that one may not get what they wish. And that's what my personal opinion right now. Procedurally, you know what? We got the budget.
I asked staff, I asked the question.
You know what?
Oh, I don't want
I'll
to argue the point, Madam Mayor. I don't want to argue the point. Sorry, I don't want to argue the point.
Okay, so just vote on the issue. Do you recommend to keep the 25,000 as presented? Yes or no?
It's not that. It's procedurally wrong.
Well, some of you, maybe half, may not agree or what have you. But in my opinion, if you ask me for my opinion how the vote should go, it should go on what is tabled. But if the person who's chairing chooses another way, you know, is that his or her prerogative? Well, it's, you know, it's really kind of no man's land, and that's where they're going. And, you know, my point is okay. I mean, the 20,000 won't be there, and in next year, if you have a normal year, you'll go forward. I wouldn't necessarily, whatever the term is on this matter. I think there are other very big strategic issues that I think need to be debated going forward. So I don't care, bluntly speaking, because it's council's, and if council has a problem next year finding the money, then council's not going to conferences. But that's so, you know, I don't think on a $40 million budget I want to start to have an impasse on a council conferences. If you take a step back, I don't think your electorate would find that really cool. So let's just move on to that one. I have my marching orders on that. So now, if I can help, we are at bylaw enforcement. And the reason I will talk is because I want to, discuss the fact that given point 2 and our lack of resources, and the fact that there are some developing issues with respect to our bylaw enforcement officers, we weren't able to inform council completely, and I apologize for that. So having said right now, we are kind of in a good position in the sense that we are starting from scratch. And we're talking about bylaw enforcement. Now, Elisa is going to provide you with, if she hasn't already, I don't follow all of the documents we prepare, about an activity report. Regardless of that, of what they do, whether they walk, drive a bike, hop on one leg, whatever, my recommendation for a few reasons, but most of which is ease of management. Of handling files and the volume that we've had. In fact, the volume doesn't warrant one full time. Having said that, though, the time where the volume is warranted is almost 24/7. The amount of calls actually, is not that high. There's a lot of education, this, that, and the other thing that Elisa will have it. So my recommendation on this is one full-time person to be posted. And that would be a savings this year. It would be overall savings of 24,000. But this year, because we're 1/3 the way with 2 people, it would be a savings of approximately 16,000 if you agree to my recommendation. And what else was I going to say on that? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, the cannabis was misinterpreted. There was an announcement about 60,000, but I believe it was maybe for the total region or what have you. But our share is actually only 5,000, and there's very little cannabis information or educate or work related work in terms of cannabis enforcement in this municipality. So, but it's only 5,000. So that's the discussion. Elisa, do you want to just provide a synopsis of your report on the actual activity, just so that we have it? But please, let's be brief because we have to move on.
Yeah, so I did email the report to council just in advance of this meeting. So you might not have seen it, but it is in your mail if you haven't seen it yet. So, and I just gonna talk you through what happened in 2020. And like everything else, 2020 was not necessarily a normal year for bylaw enforcement. So then, you know, as Jay sort of indicated, we started off as one part-time bylaw officer. We went to 2 part-time bylaw officers when we got the initial round of cannabis funding, and thought that they can help us out with other things as well as just the cannabis project. The reason that, you know, we're recommending not to go back down to just part-time bylaw officer are those points that Jay's made, and that the mayor has asked about as well. So that if you look at simply just straight, you know, how many calls come in a day, then the call volume, you know, 270 service requests, maybe that sounds high to you, maybe it doesn't sound high. Some of them are very simple calls, some of them are more complex calls, but they come in sort of 24/7. So it would be very difficult to schedule a response with a single part-time. And the other is that our officers are out in the communities, and they are just doing sort of straight patrols looking for issues, and they spend time in education. So it doesn't always translate into tickets. So absolutely, they go out and lay parking tickets. A lot of our parking tickets actually come from you know, the parking enforcement we do for local businesses, but they do that you know, walk downtown and they're talking to the business owners. They do spin out to River Valley. They do, you know, come in and check out our landfill sites. They also take a little bit of work off Mel and Al as sort of first look on things. So if we've got potentially a building issue that Al might need to come in on, they'll go out and take the look first, and then report back to Al and the fire chief as far as, you know, what next steps. So they do, you know, a lot of other bits for us, which is why we're recommending keeping the one full-time officer as opposed to going back to just a straight part-time officer with the loss of the cannabis fund. But this is that service level to discuss. You know, we've got really good feedback here from their availability in the communities, the fact that they're out talking to people. Even some of the stuff we get into, this neighbor, they go out and kind of mediate between them and things like that, that again, doesn't translate into tickets necessarily, but is a service for the community.
Okay, discussion, Councillor Lise.
Okay,
Councillor
question.
Yvonne.
Obviously, I do support it. We need the bylaw officer. I was very disappointed that we need to find out people calling and said, okay, when are you going to be hiring a full-time staff, which we did not know, but that part is done. There's nothing going back. But Jay, I do agree we need one. But, you know, even when you look at what Alicia was saying, I still think it would be better too, because we have a big municipality. If they have to go one run to a River Valley and go to field to address something, well, it's not going to do anything else during the day, one day. So 2, at least one could travel and the other one can stay in the core where they can walk. So I would love to see 2 versus 1, 2 part-time again.
Do you want to increase the budget? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying that last year, why is part-time the same amount of hour would be more that when it's full-time that it's 2 part-time if they were paying the same thing? I don't get that.
There's 48 hours, 24, 0 to 24 for 2.
Okay,
and then 35 hours for the other one. The problem with the 2 part-times is managing it without getting into it, and the consistency of handling files and the overlap in handling files. It's just too piecemeal, and that created external stresses and internal stresses. So we can go back to 2 part-time, but it would be an increase in the budget
of 8 hours.
Oh, yeah. If you go back to 2 part-times, Elisa, if you decide to do it that way, you're not attracting the same people, but then it's a flat line on the budget, right? Is that
Correct.
right? Right. Okay.
Correct. Conseiller Yvon?
So you're saying, just a question to Jay, Jay, you're saying that it would be, I favored two because of flexibility and then you wouldn't have to pay them benefits. I thought maybe it'd be savings, and there might be overlaps in hours, but that's okay because sometimes you'll need the two. That's why I favored two, because Jay, it's just the people that you would be able to hire then is retired officers. I would love to maybe put in a few hours a week to handle the issues, but and that's why I favored two other than just the full time.
Sure, if council wants to go to status quo, two part-time, that we hire two part-timers,
Okay, Conseil,
again, I don't really care. I'm just indicating, it's not a major point I'm making.
Conseil Leo?
Yes, well, Jay, just question to you, Jay. If we go to two, then you need two vehicles. I heard of one full time is just one vehicle, because unless they're both in the same vehicle, so would defeat the purpose. One in River Valley, so they both go to River Valley. That's just my argument.
Well, bylaw enforcement really doesn't need overlap. It's not like it's a security issue. If there's any contentious files, they usually call in some assistance. So the one vehicle is sufficient because they're not working at the same time. I don't know if that helps you.
Councillor Chris?
So just to, I think Leo's point is what Lise was saying, the logic for two bylaw officers does not work unless you have two vehicles, because you can't, if you've got two places to be, you got two bylaw officers with one vehicle, you can't go both places.
The volume doesn't necessitate having two bylaw enforcement officers working at the same time. The only reason we would want to is for a time coverage.
Right.
But then I think that we are probably elevating what the need is. If you want to look at creating a inappropriate precedence, this might be one, in the sense that the activity and the volume just isn't there. And so if you start doing that, you're going to maybe create an expectation. If you want to stay at two part-time, fine. But if you're going at two full-time, then you need two vehicles. Two part-times, you need one vehicle, and they're at different times. But I can tell you with our CGIS, the volume of calls is not as great as you think. The importance of the calls to you and the politics of it, and somebody's pooping on whatever. Yeah, that's very important, and people are upset and they want bylaw to assist them, but it's not the volume. It isn't that it can't be handled with one full-time. And there's not a bylaw emergency. I mean, there is, in the sense that if we can catch somebody doing something at the time, littering at the time, it's great to have somebody there, but that's a rarity to fund. That's really the exception. So the volume doesn't dictate it. In fact, the volume might even dictate one part-time, but because of the importance of it, my recommendation was one. But if you wanted to flatline it for this year and say, let's just assess it right now, then two part-times fine as well.
Conseillère Lise?
Well, first of all, when I said one in River Valley, one in Lavigne, I was thinking about the same one that would leave River Valley to go to Lavigne with the truck. I was not talking about both of them going at the same time out of town. Then, Jay, why don't we try one part-time if you feel that it would be enough to evaluate, and then come back next year?
Just my concern with that, and I'm being political right now, not financial, because my first gut reaction when you said that, Councillor Lees, is because that's all. But then the politics of it is that if you go too lean, the expectations of your community and for your politicians who are elected by that community, that might bite you. And so it might be a little extreme. That's all. That's why I was recommending going to one full-time, not going from 48 to 24, but 48 to 35 or 36. But that's my only concern, Councillor Lees, is you might be going too lean.
We're just saying that you're saying there's
I get it.
maybe. So
No.
that's it, because I still prefer two part-time than one full-time.
Okay,
And
then
one
two,
truck,
okay.
one truck, not two trucks.
So status quo right now, if you're going along the process, status quo is 2 part-time.
Councillor Dan?
I was just going to make a comment that I think that we need one full-time person, and that the reason behind that is I've never been a proponent of having contractual types of positions when you can make up one permanent position. It'll attract better individuals and it gives some stability to the organization. And that's proven through my experience. Contractual positions are not the greatest, and part-time positions are not the greatest either, because then what you're doing is you're providing, like, we say that there's retired officers that can do it. Well, I think that's double dipping, first of all. And secondly, we should be giving a chance to one individual to have secure a full-time employment.
Councillor Denis?
Well, my opinion is that we're doing contractuals are part-time as it is with recreational and public works. So if you're against it, let's hire everybody for full-time. If that's your reasoning, but I would agree to leave it at 2, and then we can have 48 hours coverage or a little more coverage for what we need. It's going well, I think, now. So let's leave it at that.
I brought it up, and I saw one of the memos that Jay had made reference to one full-time as the recommendation. And I also wanted to discuss bylaw enforcement. Jay alluded to the fact that there's a lot of politics, and sometimes we're not successful issuing offenses to the ones that are littering or dog poop. But I was hoping that throughout these discussions that we would also see one part-time that would be dedicated in doing some foot patrol, or at least dedicate some hours doing foot patrol downtown and in the area of Sturgeon. When we started the bylaw enforcement, we had a lot of physical presence, and that was a deterrent and really helped with the issue, the problem that's being experienced right now. So I don't see bylaw enforcement being an 8 to 4 job. I see that there has to be a lot of flexibility and based on need of what's going on throughout the municipality. And if we want to support our volunteer groups with the littering issue, with the dog poop issue, I think we need to see some physical presence downtown. And right now, I would support going with 2 versus 1 to have that flexibility, and at the same time, making sure that all boundaries of West Nipissing are being touched. I did have concerns though, and I did wanted to have some questions one of the concerns is we expended $13,000 in the vehicle for bylaw enforcement. There was another amount forecasted for this year. That's in excess of $20,000 in maintenance on a vehicle. In a situation,
Madam Chair, I thought we had to stick with the issue that we were discussing with, and it had nothing to do with the vehicle. You can talk about the vehicle at another time or present it in a different way. But my call of order is basically, as point of order, is that we're to be discussing whether we're going to hire one full-time or one part-time, and that the discussion of the vehicle was not supposed to be at this point.
well, I need to clarify you on that point of order, Conseiller Dan, because I did put it down in my footnotes that were submitted to our CEO. I've identified the issue of the vehicle maintenance. And I identified that I thought it was contentious because we spent $13,000 2020, another $9,000 for 2021. And I thought, since we're through budget deliberation, what I wanted to find out is what's the lifespan for this vehicle with further expenditures? When is it going to be brought to council for council to consider whether or not if we needed a vehicle replacement? I put it down on my footnotes that were submitted.
So can I respond? So
Yes.
I would only, I'll respond to that, but I would also say, to try to play a mediator here, that to put the HR level aside, if there's tacit approval to remain it as is 2 part-timers, If that's what council's wish is for this year, then I'll move on and discuss the vehicle thing, if you want. Just so that we can put it to rest, because there was a big discussion, and then, so can I ask, is that the wish of the majority? Just
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. I thought it was all combined, but who supports the recommendation of going
Can I ask
to
a question?
one full time?
Can I ask a question, please?
Before we deal with the vehicle, we're still dealing with the HR.
Yeah, can I ask an HR question?
Yes.
Sure.
Just for clarity, 2 part-times is slightly more than 1 full-time, is that correct?
Yes, unless you want to get semantics, but then you have to find the right person where you can hire a full-time and give very few hours to a part-time.
Right,
But if you're looking at hours per week, 35 versus 48.
right, so it's slightly more money, so thank
Right,
you.
Elisa? Yeah. What I said was, if you went with the full-time with no other part-time, it's a savings this year of 16,000. If you remained it as status quo, then there's no savings. That's it.
Sorry, can I follow up?
Yes, Conseil Chris.
So actually not going with his recommendation puts us above 2%.
Not necessarily, because the flat line that was what was presented in their budget was 2 part-time.
Yes.
We're not, so who wants, if you go to a full-time, you can get a 16,000 savings, but you have a reduced hours in bylaw enforcement. And then there's also the issue that was brought, part of the recommendation, the rationale. So there's a recommendation on the floor by the staff that it would be, they're recommending to hire 1 full-time. So do you support the recommendation that's been brought forward?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I got a comment on this. I do support 1 full-time, and I'll tell you the reason why. We had 2 very competent part-time, but they usually, when they're really competent, they move on. You have 1 position full-time, you're gonna have somebody that's gonna stay. Because sometimes a part-time, it's not quite enough for them. It's convenient, maybe for some reason or another, maybe they're at home or whatever, but to have a quality, I think you would need to have a full-time position, 1 full-time position.
Okay, you had your say, Conseil Elise.
Okay, well, then if they're commenting on part-time, I think it's sad to hear that I've been hearing that part-time are not as competent as full-time, because how many part-time does the municipality have right now? And I'm sure that some of them has been with the municipality for a lot of times.
Mayor, I think that's not the part of the
Yeah,
issue.
well, listen, whoa.
Point of order. Point of order.
Okay,
There wasn't
on
a
what?
comment
I'm talking
made
about the same
staff.
subject.
No,
Good.
you're not. And we were not talking about staff. We were just referencing the fact that you could attract a better person, or not a better person.
You called a procedurally, Conseil Dan, you called the point of order. The point of order, 1 provided an opinion pertaining to why it's better to have 1 full-time. Another elected official is providing an opinion on the opinion that's been shared. So, I mean, we're still on the same subject matter. And I think Conseil Elise was making reference that we have a lot of part-time, and her interpretation was that it's incorrect to say the level of competency based on.
That was not the point.
So you've got your answer.
I'll rephrase, Madam Mayor. I'll rephrase my say. I support 2 part-time versus 1 full-time, because I feel that they can do as good as a job as that 1 full-time, and also that it will give us more flexibility, and also we will provide the same hour. It doesn't go up. It does. Would be a saving, but we're trying to identify saving. So I support 2 part-time, because they are as competent as 1.
So people are providing me with their decision, and they're providing their position of why they support their position. And I'm going to be reverting back. There's a recommendation by staff to hire one full-time. Who supports the recommendation to hire one full-time? Can I see a show of hands, please? So I see 1, 2, 3, 4. So no, it's going to be status quo as what was presented in the budget with 2 part-time. Now we're going to move on to the vehicle aspect that Jay was going to provide additional information.
So right now, what you have is status quo because of it. You raise an operational point that is well taken. I could tell you that any vehicle, if you take the amortization over the course of 4 years over less vehicle, you'd be moving the actual cost of the municipality, be it as a capital acquisition and the operating maintenance, from the operating maintenance line to some of the capital plus maintenance. So it's spending about 10 grand a year on a car. We all know personally that's about what it costs. And you to look at 400 a month, 500 a month, but the amount of miles these guys put in or ladies put on it, will amount to that. But it is an operational decision, and I do agree that vehicle that was used because it was available and free needs to be replaced, and we'll probably be looking at that in the year, but I don't believe it affects the actual expenditure levels for 2021.
Any questions or comments pertaining to the vehicle? Okay, so we maintain status quo for bylaw enforcement. I just want to say one more comment pertaining to bylaw enforcement. The fact that we're going to be hiring 2 part-time, how quickly can that be done? Because right now we have no one that's doing enforcement. And I was a little bit shocked to learn that we had no enforcement, and learned this through social media. And I don't get it why we members of council were not told that we had services that were affected in that department.
As I indicated, Madam Mayor, that is an oversight, and it deals with a lot with the fact that some of the comments we're making right now, we're juggling a lot of things. If I'm glad that you can raise the fact that we're not perfect, and here we go. But having said that, one of the issues for the delay is without commenting, there was some HR files, some delays in lag, and so on and so forth. So the delay in informing you, was unfortunate, but it happened. Moving forward, hopefully it doesn't. But if you want to crucify somebody, feel free. I think I answered that ahead of time, Your Worship, and I already mentioned it. And I think that then Councillor Lees indicated it again, and then you indicated it again. I'm indicating it that I provided my answer. I've apologized, and if we can move on to the next level.
Okay, but I
know you want the last word, though. Yeah.
Gee, it's not to have the last word, but then I want to clarify the issue. Crucifying. I'm not crucifying anyone. I'm just, putting it on record that.
Though.
Yes, I'm making my point, but I'm not crucifying anyone.
Would you like to go into closed session? We can talk HR.
Okay, let's move on.
I find that so rude and disrespectful.
Yeah, I do too, Your Worship.
Yeah. Well, I think as elected officials, we were elected to determine the level of service.
And I was hired to run the service. So that's
and that's great. That's
great. It is great.
But what I'm just saying right now, okay, but in the interim, it doesn't answer the question that I was going to ask. If there's enforcement that needs to get done, do we have the capability of doing enforcement?
We are working with it right now. We're taking the calls, CGIS, we're deploying other resources. We still have our building controls people that are out there that handle property maintenance issues, and we have other resources to address issues. Yes, there is a gap. Yes, we're trying to fill it.
And that's what I want to find out. And I think everyone who has any type of question similar to that has a right to get answers. Thank you.
Well, I have no problem with the question that you asked, Your Worship. I have a problem with the nitpicking of the comments after. That's fine.
It's not nitpicking.
No, it isn't, because that's a code of conduct comment, isn't it? Right. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I think you're chastising our staff for no reason.
Oh,
Not-
wow.
Again,
It's very clear we have a difference, but let's move on to where we can potentially find commonality. It'd be wonderful for the taxpayers.
Where are we? Community service now?
It's okay to make personalized
Okay,
comment. You know what, at this point right now, the way that dialogue is taking and the challenges and just trying to pose a specific question becomes a big difficulty.
I have no
And,
problem with the question
you know
you
what?
posed, Your Worship. I have a problem with the editorial comments that go with it.
And I do have a problem as an elected official not being informed if there's a level of service which is impeded pertaining to the operation.
Right,
Just
and
a
you
simple
choose,
courtesy, and
right.
that's thank you. And
Thank
I'm
you.
not
Fair enough.
chastising staff.
Yeah, I have an email, a phone number. I responded to you last Friday. So you chose a public forum to do this. So I choose a public forum to respond to you, Your Worship.
Well, next time I won't send an email and I'll ask the question in a public forum just to get the
Okay.
answer. If that's the way that
Right.
we conduct business.
Okay.
That
and
is
we'll start with the
unfortunate.
IC. Yeah, okay.
So anyway, based on
should
that, on procède avec la prochaine item.
Or did you want me to? I'm sorry, I thought you were, okay. So the Public Works Facility, yeah, and forgive me, because we obviously, you know, have a different perspective on the point before. You know, where staff feels, you know, any mistake they make, you know, whatever. So on the Public Works one, what we have here is for the last 2-3 years, a Werner Garage building that is critical to the needs of our public works folks, that is in need of repair. I believe the chair was brought, Councillor Yvon, with Sean and shown exactly what's going on. We're dealing with a facility that was used to handle Caldwell Township, now handles Caldwell Township and a variety of other townships going to the south and west, and still has the same size and has not had any repairs since then. I understand you can even see through it. So we have a duty to maintain facilities. Now, if I was suggesting that we were going to be tearing down that facility soon and that we are going to be building another one under a facilities review in the next 5 to 10 years, it won't even last that. And so on the size of our budget, this is something that our staff, our public works staff, our building and maintenance staff feel very strongly that this needs to proceed. And it is proceeding under the level of reserve and or capital investment required, even though I believe it shouldn't even be included in a capital. We should have our own facilities capital investments that should be centralized, and we'll be looking at that. So I don't know if there's anything more than to say other than your staff's recommendation is that this is an absolute necessity. I don't know if Councillor Yvon, as the chair, has anything to add. I know he spoke to Sean on it.
Conseillère Lise.
Question, Jay, I do understand what you're saying, and they need to be repaired. Is it just possible, because we're talking about 105, is it possible that you got $250,000, correct me if I'm wrong, in the reserve, dedicated reserve for that, right? So, you know, you're talking, can we start, like it's almost the end of we got 6 months of the year. Can we start and then carry and whatever, like for this year?
Here's another one that doesn't affect tax because it's part of his overall level, overall level of reserve. And he's chosen roads, plus 105,000 of his amount to fix this building.
Okay, well, now, then you did forgot that part to say that it was not related to tax this year.
Well, you could lower it, but you're causing your problems on your infrastructure expenditure levels for, you know, for for public works going forward. This is no different. And yes, I, read my mind in my sales pitch. This is no different than an immediate need to fix the living fire hall. I mean, these things, if you're planning on keeping them, need to be repaired. This has been deferred, but in the manager's opinion, it needs to happen, and it doesn't affect expenditure levels. It's not an increase. It's just a choice. Councillor Yvon.
Councillor Yvon.
Thank you, Madam Maris. When we were asked to put opinions on how we can reduce the budget, I did not use that. I didn't use that as an opinion. I got to be quite honest with you. I visited the area on several occasions, and it is in a bad state of affair. So bad that if nothing's done with it, we can easily be reported to the labor force. Because it is in dire need of repairs, and I honestly feel that we should look into putting the monies that is deemed required. And as Lee's indicated, it's 100 and something thousand this year, and we are going to be in a bad situation if we don't. We can be responsible for the state of the building as it stands right now, and it's not good. It's not good. So I would request that we allow this to happen. Thank you very much, Madam Maris.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Arlise, Councillor
Just
Brûlé,
Just pass it to a vote.
Councillor Brûlé.
Well, I'd say the same. It was identified about 3 years ago. I saw it, and it needs to be addressed. We could be ahead of this, or we could be in a position that we'll have to go there, but we'll be forced to do it. So why not just be ahead of it and approve what's being recommended by staff, and let's move on.
Okay, so who approves the recommendation provided by staff as Councillor Brûlé stated? Show of hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoops, I don't think I counted right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, next we move on to community services. You're on mute, Jay.
Thank you. Community services. So the point I'm making, some of the issues here is I think it's important for you to know how your budget is structured, and that when we have a reserve amount at the bottom where we go from, like, say 600,000 to 800,000, then he either click, or I'm talking about Steph right now. Hi, Steph. Nice to see you. Thanks. When there's an increase for two reasons. There's an increase to try and sustain the level that's needed for what's responsible in that department. But then there's also an assignment of, once you have that amount of money, of what is necessary to do. So to look at reducing the general reserve amount then affects any projects that you want to do that are tied into that department. And so that's the only part I'm indicating. So obviously my recommendation is that, that department with the needs analysis, I think Steph even put, I think there was $1 million repair on shoring up the back of this building that was deemed to be potentially, actually it's where I am. That might be a welcome thing. I might fall down into a garage, but there's a lot of needs in our building assessment report. I don't recall right now because I'm dealing with this, but I think Steph is working with Johnny Belanger, and once that report, if it hasn't already been tabled, will show you the roadmap of what needs to be repaired. So the $800,000 is pretty much a pittance to what we need to do until we reduce all of our infrastructure, which is probably a few years down the line. This is what is needed to repair. So that 800,000, to make a long story short, Steph, go like this or like this, is tied to projects. Staff? Up or
Correct.
down?
Tied to projects, and it's another incremental step to get us to a level where we can fund all of our buildings moving forward.
Okay, thanks. So anyway, that's my only point on that. I think it's more important to look at the projects and see where that goes, because that would affect the increase.
Okay, but so what we're saying is number 7 to discard it? Is that what we're saying? There was an issue.
Well, if you're planning on reducing from 800 and less, then you also have to look at projects that go with it. So I think the 800 and less is a generality. Maybe what you can do is put it in abeyance to see what projects that were recommended you don't feel like pursuing.
Okay, but I thought number 7 had to do with the dedicated reserve for community services that was requested for 200,000.
Yes, and then so that reserve then has projects attached to it. So the reserve basically isn't something we're just increasing the reserve. It's not, no, sorry, it's capital. It's not to be thrown into reserve. This is my capital amount, and then projects flow from that. It's not necessarily reserve, it's capital.
Okay. Conseil Lise?
Okay, well, I was mixed up a little bit because, so number 6, the public work, I thought that was what you were talking about, the 200, but it's a different community services, the same. So the 105 was part of the reserve for the public work. Now we're talking about community services that you're asking $200,000 more, right, Jake? That's what it is?
He's asking $200,000 more to do more work this year.
Okay, so the other like 8, 9, 10, not, well, 10, that doesn't, 10, 11, that would be part of that 200,000?
No.
Part of the entire 800,000, some of it. 8 would be, 9 would be, 10 would be. 11 is also Steph. Steph, get your speaker off so I can talk to you.
So
all of those are done under your capital, right?
Yes.
So 8, 9, 10, 11 form part of the 800,000 plus what you have in reserve.
Okay, I'm sort of a little bit confused.
Staff answer.
Well, I'm just trying to pull my list up, Jay.
Okay. Are you not going by the same memo?
Since I brought that up, maybe can I just explain myself? Like, I know that we had nearly $1 million in capital project for community services, and part of community services under, well, le nom m'échappe là, help me out here, the reserve. Okay, last year we reduced the reserve for community services, I believe 25 or 50,000, okay, due to COVID. So there's a dedicated reserve that we put money aside for future years, right? And the dedicated reserve requested by community services this year is 200,000. So I guess here I was bringing up the issue in relation to what we did last year and seeing if there'd be food for thought suggestion that it be done the same practice as last year.
I get it. Lisa, I've explained, could you explain, because Steph, the projects that are tied to the reserve plus the request for this year?
Yeah, so I'll see if I can make it. So yeah, there's reserve carrying over. There's this new ask of 800,000, and then there's a list of projects. So if you don't approve the 200, if you cut that extra 200 out and you only keep them at the 600 or whatever, then it does mean that you have to evaluate what that whole list of projects that Steph presented to you already. So then that's when you go to the next one. So what Jay says is maybe if you think you want to go there, look at the projects first and then see if there's able to cut. Otherwise, if you cut the 200 and everyone agrees to cut the 200, then we're automatically cutting projects. So we can't pull off the list of projects we had without that 800 there. Is there some point in between? It depends on what projects you want to exclude. So it really is look at the projects that are on that list first, and then go back and see if there's any room in that transfer to reserve amount.
And just for council's information as well, if you look at the capital list that was submitted as part of the capital budget for community services, there's $990,000 worth of projects plus $110,000 for fleet. So just this year alone, we're planning on spending 1.1 million if approved. And our capital reserve on a yearly basis is only at 600,000 right now. So we need to increase that to be able to continue fixing and repairing our buildings and maintaining them at a level where it's sustainable and it's safe for everyone.
So does that mean the $200,000 reserve is being spent this year or put in reserve for next year?
Well, it's going to be part of a transfer to reserve every year.
Okay.
We can plan from year to year on getting capital work done for community services.
And I guess that's the issue that I was bringing up. The 200,000, based on your explanation, that's being put in dedicated reserve, that's for future years, not to use for this year.
Well, it's a
Well, it's a
combination of
combination.
both. Yeah.
It's a combination.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit like our
Okay.
fleet. It's like our fleet. If you remember that we've assessed that our needs are 350 and our annual needs are 350. And sometimes we only spend 250 and 100 because next year we may have to spend 450. So what we're saying is that the increase from 600 to 800 is basically trying to create a sustainable average all the way through. Now, in fact, it's not even sustainable this year because of the requests and the needs that we have this year. So it's both reserve and capital. It's both year end and this. It's take what we have saved plus what we do this year and then forecast future years.
Conseiller Leo?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, question to Jay. So if we keep the $800,000 that requested by staff, and so it will not affect the 2% tax increase, right?
No.
No, so that has nothing to do with tax increase. Well, I say let's move on and accept the recommendation from Stefan.
Well, no. So let me.
Oh,
It does affect the tax increase. But you have to do less projects.
Conseiller, is that what you wanted to make?
This is what I wanted to address, because you need to, like now, when we went through the budget, the $200,000 that was asked for community services was for reserve. That was clear. And then if you go to the next page, that's when there's a defer 2021 community service facility, public work facility. There were requests for the garage, and then there was the rig but I mean, that was identified as other money on top of the $200,000. Because now what you're saying right now doesn't jive. Why then, if that was part of it, that we go to page 9 of the budget and we have all of those projects that identify with 150, 75, if they are part of the reserve, because if we approve the $200,000 and those projects, some of those projects, if they all repart, they should be there. I
Lisa,
don't
could
get
you
it,
explain?
because it's, for me, it's twice asking for the same money.
I'm not sure that I'm understanding your question, but I will take a run at it. So when you're looking at the capital workbook on page 9 there,
Yeah.
and I do agree that this little part of things is a little bit less clear to follow. But the 990 is there with work that's going on. There is work in progress for finishing the elevator and the complex entrance that is also part of this. So we've got this kind of reserves carry forward. No, let me back up and start all over again. Yeah, well, when you look at the capital project book, it talks about the work that needs to have happen. It doesn't say whether this is in reserve or not in reserve or where this funds are at this time. So there were reserve funds carrying over. There's all this work that is proposed to be done. And then there's an ask for new reserve funds in 2021. And you take the carryover amount and the new reserve funds, and then you can do all this work that's listed in your capital budget workbook. It's not a double count. It's just saying, you know, it's showing you all the work that is going to be done, and then coming back on the other side, we're going to fund it through reserves, and our reserve levels are here. So again, we come back to it's not a double counting of it. It's not an in and out. It's that if you want to reduce that $800,000 ask this year, you can't do all the work that he presented in this document here. You won't have sufficient balances in your reserve to fund it. So if you want to reduce it by 100,000, then we need to find a project to come out. If you want to reduce it by the full 200, we need to find a project to come out.
Okay, so last year you asked for 600 and you asked 200 to put it up to $800,000. Am I correct?
That's what this year's ask is to put it up to
Okay,
800.
so what I'm saying that in the $800,000, like you got almost $1 million on page 9, that projected cost.
Yep.
Right there. And I'm sure there were other projects that you want to do that's usually do with public work and you take money from the reserve. As you said, from some building maybe or whatever. So
These are the projects that are coming from reserve.
So if we, okay, let's just a scenario. If we take out the $200,000, that's mean, are we taking out automatically $200,000 from the next page?
If you take out the $200,000 from the transfer to reserve, then on page 9, you're taking you're gonna not do town hall and you're gonna not relocate the field playground potentially.
Okay, well, the field, like the town hall, those are, but I mean, that's like, I mean, there's things that we need to do when it have to do with the town hall and the facility, and there's other things that can wait. So it's still not clear in my mind. So
but I think that's where Jay was headed, that if you skip number 7 for the time being, look at the projects that were proposed to cancel or defer the projects, look at the projects first.
Okay.
And then cycle back to what needs to happen.
Okay.
Jose Leo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question to Alyssa or Steph. If we don't have a budget pretty soon, we're in April, and some of the projects that Steph wants to do, it'll be more costly if we wait till next year. And I think we have to move on and accept the budget, and then so that staff can get out the tenders and all that stuff. So that's my point. Thank you.
Okay, so based on the issue of what was identified pertaining to the reserve issue, we need to proceed with the projects before even dealing with the reserve, right?
That's
So
the
if
story.
everyone agrees with that, we just move on to the next item in the interim, and that would be number 8.
Madam Mayor, may I ask that we just vote, we discuss enough and we just vote because it's almost 4 o'clock. And I'm sure that we need to finish that budget today. So just vote, ask for a vote, and it's going to be a lot clearer. And I think we're going to get less frustrated. It's going to be done. So, and I think he said that the only project really that have nothing to do with that, it's number 10, right? Jay?
No, I believe all of them, Steph, all of the number 8, 9, 10, 11 in my memo are in your capital projects.
Correct. Yep.
Yes.
That's correct. So
all of them are there. And so
Okay,
my
so-
rationale for keeping all of them there is listed there. Yeah, I can continue on. I mean, staff have been here just as long, and I don't know that we need,
we're nearly done. Like,
or
it's
you
not
can
like
continue.
that's what I was going to say. We might as well continue because we're at number 8 and then we're up to number 11 and we're done.
Just vote, that's it.
Well, okay, so
okay,
number 8.
So, you're all kind of saying the same thing, but saving things. What I'm trying to say is, and what Steph is saying is that you're always going to have needs. They're going to be serious building needs. Oh, we can't change that. And then there's going to be community needs. And you may not agree, whatever, but there's always going to be that level of funding for community needs. And so Steph was trying to be very politically correct and knowing that he's trying to marry what we have to do, what we can defer next year, plus trying to roll in there a little bit something, because residents don't really enjoy knowing that we've, fixed a dilapidated building. They don't, we have to do it, but whatever. So we're trying to mix up what we're doing, what our needs are. Now, the field rink project, as I indicated, I mean, that is a project that has been on the roll, on the books for a few years. And council supported it, and council was wishing to move some funds on the way and move forward some funds on the way. And in our opinion, we are very close to having a home run on a municipal asset, which we can do. So if you funded 45 plus the 105, which is already accounted for in Steph's project allotment of 800,000, you then at least minimum allow for the rink boards and the lights, which would be our portion if it doesn't happen anyway. But that's what it would cost us if we were bringing this forward to you, likely. What we're saying, though, is that we're now with the impression with Monsieur Serre wanting to announce a bunch of money and that kind of thing, and NOHFC doing the same thing, speaking of Elk Lake and similar projects, we have a real opportunity. And I don't like to say field, let's call it the West Nipissing covered rink, because once you get an asset like that, it's going to be used for a variety of other things. So to be parochial and think that it's only going to be benefiting one versus another, I think that's going to have a lot of even summer assets. So in my recommendation, it doesn't really affect taxes a whole lot, or it doesn't a lot if you agree that our level still has to continue. It's a selection that we're making that allows us to move forward. And if their project doesn't move forward, we're still going to fix what needs to be fixed anyway. So my recommendation is this is one, and there's the case is supporting it. This is a home run. I know it's of a bigger scale than the cash pay playgrounds and where we support the same kind of energy, but we throw money for people that raise money and that get grants. And this is the same thing. It's just a very large scale that we have the ability to do.
Conseiller Denis?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I have to agree with this project. I think the rink is always the center of your little town, like playing and feel. It's very, very, how would I say it? It's like having an arena in Vernon or Sturgeon. We don't have arenas, but to have a covered rink is something that will add a lot of pluses to the field. And hopefully that will open the door for living later on. But I think it's necessary, and I think it's good for. And that's why we have communities, and that's why we need to help them out. And I think that's a reasonable cost. And so I would support that. Thank you.
Conseiller Chris?
So, thank you, Denny. I just want to clear something up because, there's been questions about other funding. And so there is funding going to other places, like Lake and whatever. And the whole point of this is basically we have a tremendous amount that's been raised at the community level. We have private donor. The case is, I can't believe the case. They're just an excellent organization. And then the municipality chips in, and then we apply for grants, provincial and federal. And it's stacking, right? So it gets us there. And to Dennis's point, if we can pull this off in field, it serves as a model for everywhere else. And perhaps one day everybody gets a covered rink. So it is a great thing. Thank you.
Conseiller Dan?
Well, I guess both Councillor Chris and Councillor Denis took the words out of my mouth, because I was going to say that this is just a perfect project. It enables us to stack money with the province and the feds, as I know how that works, and Steph knows how it works. He's got a good experience in doing that. And the thing is, like Councillor Fisher was saying, this could be a model for other communities within our community. And I think that it's just a plus. So that's why I would think that this is not only a benefit to field, it's a benefit to West Nipissing.
So what I'm hearing is that you foreseeing that we got to get grants. So like right now, if the municipality provide 150, you got $100,000 from the case, that's 250. How much is that roof? So the repair for the rink, I have no issue. That's operation. So I have no.
Well, the roof is also including a slab and the appropriate slab. it's a little bit more complicated than just saying we're going to put a roof over it. There's a whole facility there that that'll be a slab. So without, we want to go to the, you're looking at around $750,000. So this is a fairly big project. So our investment on an asset that we'll end up owning will be 150 total for an asset that'll be about 800,000 if we get the funding.
So may I ask something else, since you mentioned that the 700,000, why is last year they were mentioning there was about $300,000?
A lot of people are mentioning a lot of things that they think.
No, but it was at council that was said. That was said approximately, and we
Because
were
we didn't
supposed to
get
have
the
a plan on
report.
that. Pardon me?
We didn't get the report back, and now Steph has the report.
Okay.
So,
Well, you pass it to a vote, I guess.
well, I guess my comment, and the reason, like, I don't want to sound like the bad guy that I don't support initiatives, for various communities. My issue here is if we do have a report, why is the report not tabled to council so we have a good understanding of exactly what we're approving? The reason I brought it up is based on waiting for this information. Last year, we were asked more. This year, we're asked less. Then we're told it's the rink and the lights. And now we're being told that this project could be in the $700,000 range. Good news if we can get federal and provincial funding. But I think that's the issue here that I've expressed
Okay.
as my concern.
Right. So once again, Steph, damn you. Next time, Steph will give the report. I don't know, again, there's sensitivities with all kinds of different people. We did not want to, whatever council, probably in retrospect, hindsight's 2020, we should have provided that report. So 50 lashes.
Well, I'm going to call it to a vote on who supports the recommendation that's being provided to contribute this money for this project. And I do want the minutes to reflect that we're subsidizing issues that we don't even discuss more at council, and that we don't get the reports to be able to make constructive decisions. And if we'd have that, maybe we wouldn't be having these discussions at this time. So who supports the project who supports the recommendation of providing the money that are required to get this project to move forward? Can I see a show of hands? Conseiller Leo, I do. Okay,
On
majority.
view of the new information, Madam Mayor, I'll support it.
Which
Madam Mayor, you
new
should be on
information?
this.
The new information saying that our contribution is for a $700,000 project, and we're supporting 150, and it's part of the thing. So, but I do agree that we should have report to make, not to have to go through what we're going through right now.
Well, I would rather not
Again,
that
we're
we.
chastising the staff, and I don't. I can't.
I'm not
condone-
chastising staff.
Yes, you are.
Hey, oh, what a nice word to say.
I
on
have the
public,
privilege to
Oh.
state why I brought it up as an elected official, and also to identify that I'm not able to make a decision on the fly-by-night by what's being introduced without further details.
So, Madam Mayor, you're not.
And like any other projects, I would hope that we have the details.
So you're
So,
not supporting
and I
project.
was just going to respond to the question, the comment of Conseiller Elise. I do not think that the minutes should reflect that the project is a total of 700,000. I heard that there's been a variety of numbers that are bouncing, but we do know that the contribution that's being asked is for what has been highlighted in replacing the boards and fixing the lights, so the group can move forward with funding to get the roof. Would that be correct, Jay?
150.
You're moving forward with a contribution of 105,000 in the budget, with the idea that we're supporting the field community initiative of trying to get a total project done. If that project doesn't happen, we will also then take it under advisement and go back and ask if council wants to continue with just boards or whatever. But we're working in partnership with a community on that.
And Jay,
Okay.
if I can add, we're going to recommend to council, because I did make some calls and there are funding programs that are in effect right now that do fund recreational facilities. And this one, through my preliminary discussions, will qualify. So if Crown Council wants to prioritize this project, as soon as next Tuesday at council meeting, we'll have a resolution authorizing staff to apply for funding in support of this project.
Okay, but I guess I just want to make it clear, the contribution that's being asked, the 105 for this year, is to be applied towards our own infrastructure, such as the rink and the lights and so on, supporting the project.
And what
Right.
we'll do is we'll use that money along with the Case Popular money and what the community has fundraised, and we'll leverage provincial federal funds as much as we possibly can so that we
Okay.
can complete the project.
It's all our infrastructure.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. I get that. But what was presented to us was to be applied towards the rink and the lights, right?
No, I made a comment that at worst case scenario, it wouldn't be lost because that would be the cost, but we're still supporting the community initiative as a whole. And so I'm not labeling the 150 total. What I'm saying is that we have now a real good municipal support, and it should be very well viewed by the other levels of government. I think we have our marching orders. We can move on.
So how much shaving, because we have to count, we have to get up to 177, so,
No, we don't.
well, yes,
No,
Okay.
I can say you can go through reserves. So
yeah, but.
Okay, so we move on to the next item.
yeah, okay. So amending recommendations of the playground. Steph, you might have to remind me here. Were there two I mean, they're talking about Field and Living here, reducing them to. I think some want them reduced, some want them no to moving the playgrounds. And this also is part of your reserve level by doing that. So it was a community thing. To support Living first. Living, yes, has a recommendation in, and they may not need all of the 75. But as we indicated during budget, again, that we are prior to that and during that, we want to ensure that we're providing a renewed asset to Living, and that we are ensuring by putting 75 there in the level that is an operating level, that it's guaranteed. Now, if we don't have to spend it, then obviously it'll go into that level of reserve that we're talking about, and it'll be used for another municipal issue down the line. But right now we want to guarantee. We cannot say the check's in the mail. We have to make sure, and if council wishes to support it. And so we are supporting, even prior to the CCL people, we're supporting the fact that they want to have an enhancement. With respect to Field, I when I was writing this, it's analogous to moving the rink from the old Springer Township. What we are doing here is, if you know where that it's not used. So we have an asset that isn't used, that is by the church underneath the people, a building that's dilapidated. We're not going to go there, but there's also, safety and risk issues for families letting their kids be alone and then run up in that thing. And so we're putting it to where families are. And it's no different than when we moved the rink from Springer to Goulard. This is just basically the municipality making adjustments to put their assets where they'll be utilized and appreciated. And so again, it doesn't affect the 800,000. If you agree to the 800,000, what it does do is, if you reduce it, it reduces that 800,000. But we still recommend that the 800 should be there, because you're going to have these issues come up, whether it be our own buildings or community initiatives, whether it be in River Valley, Living, Burner, wherever.
If I may, the analogy that was used to relocate the rink from Springer to Goulart Park, that had been an issue that was discussed at council, and council had made that decision. Right. So it was based on direction of council. Relocation of the rink surfaces at budget, and we don't discuss it at council. So I guess that's why I brought it up as contentious.
the point being is they said the philosophy is the same. For council to decide the philosophy is take an asset where it'll be used.
Okay. And just a reminder to members of council that Levine had requested 25,000 in 2018. So I'm just highlighting my notes since I brought
No,
it
but
up.
2018 is 2 years ago, and as
No, I
Councillor
agree.
Councillor
I agree.
Yvonne has indicated, things are way more costly this year if we want to keep the municipality moving forward.
Conseiller Yvonne, you have your hand up. Conseiller Denis, Conseiller Dan.
Okay, we brought up the issue about the rink and the movement of the rink for the purpose of having a facility close so that people can utilize it and in a safe manner. The reason why I was questioning the one in Field is because it's situated by the church, and I thought it was a good idea because unfortunately Field, because of the flood, is divided in two. You got the northeast half, and you have the newer part of the field in the southern part, and putting it either or, I don't know where they would put it. But the fact of the matter is people will have to go to it anyway from one way or another. Will have to travel to the playground to utilize it. So what better place could it be next to the church and center portion of the municipality? That's the only reason why I thought maybe it would have been.
So I understand that, Councillor Yvonne. Going back, I'm not as old as you are, but close. So I'm not. But we used to be able to drive bikes and all of that to where the kids are. For the most part, is up in Monte des Arbres or whatever. And so it really, from a drive on the highway and access to it, and the demographics of where it is. It makes more sense to move it to where is being recommended, and we do have a vacant lot there.
Okay, so just what is recommended? Where do you recommend to move it, Jay?
In Val des Arbres.
Val des Arbres?
Yeah.
Okay.
Conseiller Chris.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Yvonne is right about the split in the community, but there is a lot. There's a lot more, and I call it Newfield. And actually, there are a good number of young families there with children, as opposed to, the other portion of the Rock. There are some children there, but the majority is in Newfield. And that pool playground, it is in a place. It's a very lonely playground. You can't just let your kids go there. If you live up on the Rock or you live in Newfield, you can't just let your kids out to go to the playground because of the highway and the school and this, that, and the other. So it just makes a lot of sense to put the playground where the kids are.
So why does it cost 75,000 to relocate? Is there acquisition of land that's required?
No, the actual, if you're going to remove it, the actual facility there is probably out of date. Steph can speak to that as well. There's no acquisition of land though.
So
Steph?
it's not just a proposal of relocating the playground, it's
a new playground as well.
It's a
plus
new playground that's being requested.
Yeah, so some of the equipment we can reuse, but some of the equipment will need to be replaced, and we need to be conforming to the CSA regulations and whatnot. So you do have to build new boxes, sand. So it's quite the project. It's more elaborate than one would think.
Conseiller Dan, conseiller Alice, est-ce que ça va être conseiller Denis avec conseiller Alice?
I think we're talking two different issues here. We started with the living, and now we're over to Field. But I want to comment on the living issue. Even though that living is the group, the proponents of the community is making an application, I don't want to wait for that, because I think the thing is that the community has come to us and stated that they really need a playground for their people. Then they must know. And the point is that let's not wait. We're all people here around that support initiatives by communities. And this is an initiative by the community. So I think that we should just move forward with that. On the second part, Field, if anybody had, we bike a lot, and I've passed through Field, I don't know how many times last summer biking, and I've never seen anybody at that park. And I wouldn't let my child at that park because unless I was supervising, because it's so close to the highway that it becomes a safety issue. So let's take we have two initiatives in the communities, separate community living, and let's just move forward. It doesn't really make sense to, try to make savings out of that amount of money when it's not going to really affect our tax rate.
Conseil Denis, Conseil Alice.
My only comment is that I'm in favor of the relocation, but I just think that, I don't know, 75 grand but now you're gonna buy new stuff. I didn't know that, but if you're just gonna relocate, I think, couldn't our staff do that? Or?
No, unfortunately, we need, there has to be very specific requirements when you're dealing with playground equipment and the safety of them. So as they're being removed, they have to be inspected and they have to be reinstalled to norm. And I think what we'd like to do is to issue one request for proposal, knowing we're going ahead with a new playground in Laving, a relocation in Field, and then new playground equipment for the three, Janin, Piet, and I'm missing the last one, Leblanc on Leblanc Street in Epidouze. So what we'd issue is one RFP and allow companies to give us their proposals to get all of these playgrounds fixed, relocated, and built. So that we think that there'd be economies of scale versus just going piecemeal.
Conseil Alice, Conseil Yvon.
Well, right now, like it's okay to say yes, obviously for the $75,000 for Field, but we know the government is just throwing money at those kind of grants. So I don't see why they will not receive that money. So if it's not approved, it's going to remain in the budget. So at some point of time, we're getting information right now that I think I'll ask a lot more questions next budget. I'll be around for another one. So that's definitely, but at this point of time, I got the answer that I was looking for.
Conseil Yvon, Conseil Rowley.
Okay. Okay. Right now I'm in the midst of doing some repairs in my building. 2 months ago, I asked for a price of plywood, $23. Today, I asked the price of the plywood, $60. Okay, $60 in 2 months. It went up that much. I put in about the same plywood, another plywood. Went up 110%. So we're going to go ahead and do projects this year. The prices is going to increase immensely, like unbelievable. So I'm just wondering if we should wait to do the project till things settle down. But anyway, 90% of and I worked for the community for 13 years in the recreation department. 90% of our equipment in the playgrounds are obsolete. They're no good. They're unsafe. So we do have to make some changes in these playground equipment. And when we do make some moves or we're rebuilding a playground, we have to put the right equipment and the safe equipment, because right now we don't have that. So I thank you very much, Madam Menace.
Conseil Rowley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I totally agree that we have to address this issue because it's for the kids. And now definitely that from what Councillor Yvon just said, that if the equipment is not safe, we are bound to put safety equipment in there that are safe. So I say, let's move forward with this. Let's get it done. It's for the kids. It's for the safety of the kids in our community of West Nipissing, and it has to. We have to do it. We just have to. Thank you.
Conseil Chris.
So I just I want to agree and disagree with Yvon. So we have seen a steep increase in a lot of materials, and it is going to affect the operation. It affects everybody. But what I fear and what I don't agree with is I don't think we're going to those prices not going to drop. So waiting to do things, I don't think is a good idea. I think if anything, we could see those prices remain and even escalate, and that is one of my concerns about the reserve levels in next year and moving forward. So I agree with Yvon, but I am concerned that those prices are never going to come back down to earth. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess I brought it up because I didn't agree that we would be paying 75,000 just to relocate a playground and field, and not that I don't support issues with kids. But keep in mind that the playground is also located near the ball field, and the ball field is maintained by the municipality. So it looked like a perfect fit, as far as recreational activities, for families between using the field and using the playground. It's unfortunate that there are grants available. We've seen other municipalities that they benefited immensely with funding for recreation facilities and leisure places within their boundaries. So to me, just saying to give 75,000 to a local group when a group is asking 25, and they also came forward and identified that they applied for funding. We already have a model, i.e. as example in Cache Bay, where we gave some money, they did fundraising, and they applied for a grant. So here we're just saying, let's ignore that and give 100% of tax dollars to subsidize both projects at the amount that's requested. So I don't support doing it that way, but council makes the decision on the issue. So I'm going to ask the question, does member of council support the recommendation of contributing 75,000 to levying and 75,000 to field for a total of 150? I'm not putting the equation of the 3 playgrounds for Leblanc, Janin, and Piet, because they were pre-approved in 2020. And my understanding is that they were just brought forward in 2021. Would that be correct, Stefan?
Correct.
Okay. So the issue here, which is new project, is for a total of 150,000 at the taxpayers' cost, 100% for both projects. So who supports, and I don't know whether or not if I should be breaking it down piecemeal or just lumped into
Together,
one?
go together.
Okay. So who supports providing 150,000 for 2 playgrounds, one in levying and one in field? Show of hands, please. 1, 2, 3, majority carries. Well, okay, I think I counted right.
5, you had 5.
There were 5. So the next one, Steph will speak to it. Again, I'll just speak to it in generalities. That when we did our building needs assessment, this was at the top or one of the second ones, and Steph can speak to the technicalities of it. I understand that we can potentially get a grant for it, and I'm not 100% sure, but the timing of the grant is certainly not assured, and it certainly isn't necessarily going to allow us to do anything this year if we get it. And it's, in our opinion, a very risky proposition to let that continue in that manner. But Steph, I've got people here, that may know more than me on the technicalities, both at council and staff. So Steph, if you can speak to it, please.
Yeah, so essentially that needs to be done. That's a priority for us moving forward. If not, it's just going to emphasize other issues within our building. We did have a quick note at one point saying, hey, can you identify projects? We identified that as a priority. It remains a priority. So potentially we will get funding for that project, but what if we don't? We still need to be able to move forward with this project. We need to be able to issue a request for proposals or bids and tenders to get this done this year. So again, this is a high priority project for us, and we're recommending that we move forward with that, and hence this is why it's part of our capital list, because we haven't gotten word yet from the funding agency whether we're approved or not.
Okay. Just point of clarification before I open the floor for question. We dealt with that in December, I believe, where we had the funding stream that was allocated to the municipality for 203,000. And at that time, council agreed for the HVAC replacement because it was critical for the facility. Did we follow up with the funding partner to find out when are they going to approve the request for our project? Because I believe that there was a timeline by which we had to spend the money, and the money had to be spent by the end of this year. So I'm just wondering if we made contact with the ministry to find out.
Elisa?
Yeah, so their original, when we applied, when the project was released, they said that the likely time of award was going to be spring of 2021. And yes, there were timelines initially as far as the project must be started by September, must be completed by December. Have not had any contact with the ministry. It is a dual approval. The province sends it up to the feds and it has to come back down. And so we are still waiting even on any feedback at all on that project. My experience with those dual approvals is that the deadline of spring of this year is not going to happen. It will probably be summer. And between now and then, there'll be nobody who actually knows what's happening with the projects at all.
Okay. So questions, I know that Conseil Yvon had his hand up. Conseil Denis, Conseil Alice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's okay. I have 6% of my iPad here before I disappear. With respect to the project, well, when I was there 15 years ago, I had a friend who was an engineer, and Mark was there at the time. I asked Mark if we could look into it to see whether or not it'd be feasible to put a dehumidifier, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, all that being said, the engineer and another engineer looked into it, and he says, well, the way it stands, it would cost you so much. And at that time, it was quite expensive to repair the old unit that was there and whatnot. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, he says you got air circulation going through the building, and it's doing its job. That's the air that we pour outside outside on the side where the lifeguards are. Air circulation is good. We can, it's been 20 years. The building has been built for 35 years. It's been like the same way as it is now. It affects the pool area itself, but the humidity is controlled by the air intake and air expelled. So in essence, if we lose, we definitely don't have to do it this year, but it should have been done years ago, but it hasn't been done, and it hasn't really affected the building itself other than the pool area in some part, not all. I would rather wait for a grant. And that's my way of thinking. Thank you very much. And when I did ask Steph if $200,000 was enough money, because I thought it would have been worth more than that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Conseil Denis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm interested in this. I'm just wondering if we have 200,000 application, and let's say we get the grant, do we put the money back in the reserve? Like I hate to leave $200,000 on the table. That's my issue. So how do we manage this? That let's put it back in the reserve, or how do you do it? I'm not sure. That's not my domain.
It would remain within the community services dedicated reserve to be applied towards projects for future years. And there's no shortage of projects.
Like your priority list with roads, what would be upcoming in a future year would be knocked off without having to go to taxes with that, because it would be there. So it's money that would go there for the next project in line in terms of priorities.
Conseil Denis,
That's my only issue, is that we're taxing people, then we're putting their money in the bank, and we should be doing something with the money, and that's my concern.
Well, we can consider a short-term project. If we get funding, we could come to council mid-year and say, here's another thing we can do with it that needs to be done and will need to be done anyway. And I guess that's the point I'm making.
Conseil Alice.
Well, the thing is that I remember when it was brought up to council, and that was $200,000 and something that was available, that was guaranteed money that we would receive. And then we directed to staff because we were saying, okay, bring other project, but they said that high priority was for that machine. So they went back to see if they were qualifying for it. They came back and they said yes, and then we approved it. So at this point of time, what I'm saying is it need to be done, but I would support it when we got the grant was approved. It was pre-approved grant. Not maybe for that, but somebody came back to say that, yes, it qualified for that. But we were allowed to it was a bonus the way it was said, that receiving from COVID, that we could buy special equipment, something like that. So, and now
If I can just clarify that, so we were given this notice saying, yes, there's $200,000 and everyone gets 100,000 and some people get more. And so that's how the notice came across. And then they made us apply for it. And yes, we believe this project fits it. So what is not, though, is it's not actually guaranteed. Approval of it is not guaranteed. And certainly as the province was taking the treasurers through how to apply for it, that was a concern to say, okay, can you tell us ahead of time if our project's not going to get qualified so that we can bring you something else? And they said, no, it doesn't work that way. So yes, we think the project fits the criteria. Yes, we applied for it, but the money is not guaranteed. The grant is not a guarantee grant.
So what about if we don't approve it this year and we say that if it's got to be high priority and if we don't get the money from the grant, well, it will be back next year. So, because does it stop operation right now?
It doesn't stop operation, but when we did our building condition assessment, we had engineers look at the entire facility, and then they identified that as an issue moving forward. So the longer we wait, when we know there are issues and that we can proceed and get fixed, the more issues that we might create by delaying that.
Conseiller Chris?
So I just want to say, I mean, I understand everyone's point, but to my mind, this is something we approve, we get the job done, and if we do get the funding, then that money goes to reserve. And as I've kept saying, my concern is about our reserve levels and our taxation level, and not going pay as you go, because we're going to have a lot of things next year. And if we get lucky and we do get a grant for this, then that's great. And if we don't, we do it anyway. So I would support keeping it. Thank you.
Conseiller Dan?
Steph, whenever we talk about dehumidifiers and heat exchangers, I've got no expertise on this evidently, but I have a son that's a professional in this. He basically always tells me, if you have these issues and the system's not working properly, then you develop mold. And once you develop mold, then it becomes a very expensive deal, because in fact, what you have to do is you have to start removing walls and all that. I would hope in that engineering, when the engineers came around, I hope they didn't state that there'd be a mold problem, because that pool, when it's running, it seems to be so humid in there that the windows are not even clear. Was there any discussion around that? I know it's not in your expertise, but
No, to my knowledge, there's been no issue of mold raised. What we think could potentially happen is the humidity will cause our mechanical room and our components within our facility to corrode. So you need to properly take the humidity out of the facility, and right now that's not happening. So like I said, it's been raised, and I think we need to act on it. That would be our recommendation, sooner than later.
Conseiller Burley, Conseiller Leo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, from what I understand, and I do understand stuff, some of the components of what we're talking about is, if there is a unit that's not working at its 100% capacity because of malfunctioning, all the components that are affiliated to it, because this unit is not working perfectly, it damages the remaining of the component down the line. So it's imperative, it's important that we do deal with this and to save future dollars. So I do support this. Thank you.
Conseiller Leo.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it was recommended by engineer to staff, to change it. And I think if we get the grant, it's fine. If we don't, well, it still has to be changed. So like Councillor Denis said, it's not really money in the bank. I mean, it's money we can use next year if we don't use it this year. So it reduces next year's budget. So, I say go ahead and fix it. It has to be fixed.
Okay, so everyone had a say, so I guess I'm going to be asking the question, who supports the recommendation of staff to proceed in changing the HVAC system?
Just one other financial comment. I don't think it reduces the tax. We're going back to the Councillor Lee's thing. If you didn't support it, it would basically move Steph's allotment down back to around the 600 mark, but it would move back to general reserve if you stay at the 2%.
Okay. So I'm going to proceed based on the question that was asked. Some people started raising hands. I just want to make sure the question is clear. Who supports the recommendation of moving forward in changing the HVAC? Show of hand, please. Okay, I do. Keep your hands up, please. 3, 4. So it means that for now, it's not supported.
No problem. So like I say, so your reserve position will go from 3.3 to 3.5.
Okay, so there's one more item which had to do with the gym, and I guess I brought it up because I just wanted more clarification, knowing the actual building of where it's proposed of relocating the gym equipment from the Verner Arena to the Verner building. I'm not sure exactly on the actual count of equipment. I was just doing a quick analysis in my mind. If we're moving used equipment, which I believe is used because it was, equipment that was brought from Sturgeon, that was initially replaced from Sturgeon, and then needing to spend $50,000 for the setup, I don't think people are expecting a whole revamp of the room to be a full gym room like you would see similar to the setting at the complex. But I just put that in to say, you know what, I don't know how far we could go with 40 instead of 50. Food for thought. That was my suggestion.
Again, those are budgeted items. We won't know until we actually get contractors to bid. But it's an estimate that we provided based on the scope of work we think needs to be done. And it's not about equipment. We haven't budgeted any funding or any money this year to replace the equipment we have. It's not all been equipment that's been brought from Sturgeon End. Some pieces have been, but some were bought specifically for that facility. What we need to do is put proper flooring, do electrical work, make sure there's proper lighting, and some paint. And I think we might have to remove some closets. So we have to have electrical done so that we can plug in the electrical ellipticals and the all the machinery we have that require proper electrical services. So it's not just about taking equipment, putting it into an old classroom. There certainly needs to be work done to make sure that facility is adequate and safe to use. So that's the estimate we provided. We did increase, as we explained earlier in the budget process, why we increased the budget number from last year to this year. And again, Councillor Yvon alluded to the fact that everything's gone up. And again, until we get contractors to bid on the scope of work, we don't know if we're going to be under, over, or if we're going to, if we're over, we're going to have to come back to council and say, we need more money to get this done. But we estimated it to the best of our ability at this point.
Okay, thank you. Conseil Chris?
So as I've said a few times, I really question, I question whether the municipality should actually be in the business of gyms. But because this is actually, you know, we're talking about a facility and a municipal asset, and it's not, this is not about a gym, and therefore I support it. But I will make the point again. I always question why we're in the business of gyms, but because this is capital, you know, our facility, then I support this expenditure. Thanks.
Conseiller Yvon?
Well, we're talking about Verner's. It's a smaller community, and I don't see anybody being able to put a business in there and be able to survive. And to, you know, like we're talking about space that we do have. So I think we should maybe provide with that at least, and hopefully it's utilized to its fullest. But there's not enough people there to warrant someone to open up a business. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question, who supports the recommendation that was brought forward for 50,000 for the gym in Verner? Can I see a show of hands, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, majority rules. So that finishes the projects.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I just want to say that I did not speak on this matter, and I did recuse myself from making any comment in the gym situation in any way. Thank you.
That's okay, no problem. Now, I don't know if Jay is gone or still around because there was still some information part of the memo. Because we still had the right to ask some questions and seek clarification before we move forward with the budget.
Sure. I was
did-
gone.
Okay.
And I actually left mentally about 40 minutes ago, but I'll try and come back here. So yeah, your Sturgeon Falls Beach, I asked Steph, because those are valid questions, and Steph said, no, we managed to handle that through operations last year. We bought some sand, some barricades. The remainder was done through a volunteer group. And I think what Steph was saying is that even this year, I think there's a shed that needs to be repaired or done. And he feels he's not recommending that this year in terms of capital. It's not big enough a job. He feels he can handle that through operations. Steph, is that fair enough? Yes, no?
That's 100% accurate. Yeah.
Okay. The Cache Bay rink, again, same kind of thing. There were enough repairs done through the operations to make the facility acceptable. And so when we do some things and we have forecasts a few years ago, sometimes they do change over the course of the year for a variety of reasons. We do some repairs to them and it buys them some life. And then when we do an assessment, then they fall, less priority, or the reverse happens is that other things broke faster than the other thing throughout the year and things come up. So that's why they're not coming forward. Closing the museum. Sorry, that's Cache Bay Rink.
No, I was going to say the museum wasn't part of the remaining of the memo.
It was part of Councillor Duhame's. It's at the bottom there, Councillor Duhame's additional comments. There's Pine Poultry and then the museum.
Yes.
Unless it got cut off.
Okay.
So Councillor Duhame's additional comments, Pine Poultry next year. Councillor Duhame is 6 1/2 dozen of the other because it's being funded through gas tax. So next year you won't see Pine Poultry on the list because it was done this year because we had free money. So it's still following Steph's list or Sean's list. It's just that we had additional money to move down. So what was planned for 2022, we're now able to do 2021. It was a contentious issue, a little bit like, Nature's Trail Bridge wasn't going to happen until we got some money too. And so we checked those boxes off so we can move on with our with stuff. But rest assured that road isn't going anywhere. And the fact that we can do it this year just means that we can do something else next year. Closing of the museum, I think that in my memo of last week, there was a resolution by the mayor or a vote by the mayor saying that nobody wanted to entertain all of those kind of far out suggestions that I made. And that's why I didn't comment on it now, because council already discussed this and decided they wouldn't entertain closing the rink in Verner and closing the, blah, blah. So, and that's why, and the Sturgeon Falls signs were also discussed under that.
Okay, I think one of my questions that I did ask pertaining to the sturgeon beautification, it's wonderful, all the work that's been done, but I was curious to find out how much did we spend through our operational budget for assisting the group in bringing back the beach to life, the way that it's been brought back to life.
Well, that was, I don't know if that's the same group, but close to,
No.
but Steph, how much did you spend in operations on that?
You have to go back and look. It wasn't that much. As we had some loads of sand and those big cement pillars brought in. A lot of the work was done by the volunteers, but we, if council wishes, I can come back with a more accurate number.
Okay, well, I put it down as one of my questions to find out what was the expenditure, the investment that we put in as far as dollar wise for 2020. And because I'm aware of all the work that's been done, I've seen the work that they've done. I followed the group of what they did and saw the improvement that the municipality contributed with the group. So that's why I was curious to find out, A, are we done with the project? B, how much did we spend through operations last year?
Staff, are we done with the project?
No,
Or
we're
is that
not.
something that's going to come up?
The building there needs to be fixed. So we need to change some of the sheeting on the building because there's holes right through the walls. So that needs to be done to be able to save that building. And we wanted to also add some lighting at that facility to deter late evening, shenanigans, I guess, because we did have complaints from the neighbors last year. So there's still some work to be done, no different than other parks and playgrounds and beaches and facilities. We generally will do that through facility repairs and maintenance. And so there is more work planned there this year.
But
Okay.
out of operations.
Correct.
And I don't contest that. I'm just curious in knowing how much money we're putting. And that's what I wanted to find out. So if we don't have the answer for today, can we at least all get an email knowing how much we've invested or spent through operation at the beach? And just a footnote aside, I know that some individuals identified that that building is not even worth spending another dime on because of the actual condition. It may need a new building.
Yeah,
So I'm not too sure.
yeah,
if
we're
that
looking
would-
into that as we speak. So we'll assess and we'll plan accordingly.
Okay, Conseil Dan, Conseil
I
Leo.
was
Yvonne
before
Martin.
Councillor Dan. I've been since that. So I was
Go ahead.
before. So
Go ahead.
at this point of time, it doesn't matter. But I just want to lose my whatever. It's 5 o'clock, man, and. First of all, it's not the beautification that asked money last year. It was the Friend of the Beach. That's how that group called themselves. They asked for $30,000, and part of it was to put the block, to put the sand, and to clean the beach. That was $30,000 that we did not approve at budget time. I was walking when some of the work was done, and I did not see when they put the block, but I know they were loading, the truck was unloading the sand, and the big crane was digging in the water. So they did some digging also. Not just sand. I don't know what they were digging, but it was close to the water. So, and I didn't stop. I mean, I knew they were doing it. And I asked myself that question also. We did not approve. Now you're saying it was in operation, but that was what they asked for last year that we do. So anyways, I would like to know how much it costs. And it was, it's done. So we cannot go back. But to clarify the thing, it was the Friend of the Beach. And that's exactly what they asked. And also the building was mentioned at that point of time that's the part that the municipality was supposed to do last year, paint the building and try to do that. But the contrary, so just to want to make the record, and you can go and back at look at the meeting. I forgot the date, but I look at it. So I'm not, so it's done. So thank you.
Yeah, the blocks were installed because of safety issues. We can't ignore those. When you have vehicles, cars parking within 5 feet of the water's edge, and we have complaints of people calling in, it was an issue we had to deal with immediately. And I made that decision to have those blocks installed. And they were more cost effective than having big boulders brought in. So yeah, no, for sure. Those are operational issues that we felt that we had to move on.
Conseiller,
That's what I think.
So just to build,
Conseiller Dan, Conseiller Yvonne.
okay, thank you. So just to build on what Councillor Lee said, this is a group that's headed by Teresa Fredette. They did ask for 30,000 last year, but the point was is that they didn't get the 30,000. So the point being is that there was some issues that at the beach that had to be looked at. And in as much as the beach itself was not safe, so the only way you had to make it safe was to bring more sand in, even it out properly, and then do that. The blocks was as a result of people using kayak and driving down to the beach while there was kids there to launch their kayak. So it's a safety issue. In regards to the building is dilapidated. And the point is that building is a safety issue. It's part of ours. It's our property. We should be looking after it. And the point being is we have another initiative in the community that's led by people from the community that want to take on these things. And if we prevent them from taking on these things, then we're not going to have a buoyant and vibrant community. So the point is we shouldn't even be discussing, whether they got money from who and what. This is a community initiative led by Teresa Fredette, and it's a good project.
Conseiller Yvonne? You're on mute, Conseiller Yvonne. Sorry.
I agree. The beach should have been looked at, and should have been looked at 25 years ago anyway. The reason why I asked for the museum to be left this year is because of we're going to go in our 5th month, and COVID is not finished, and it's not far from being finished. So that is one of the reasons why I brought that issue up, because it's going to be hard to do anything without COVID being regulated and put aside. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have that discussion, I guess. Conseiller Rowley?
I guess we're going to have that discussion. Yes, I totally agree with Councillor Yvonne on this. The museum, with the way that the COVID is going, I think we're wasting money, and it should be closed for this year. Thank you.
I just procedurally was following what council was already agreeing in part, and not going backwards, so that we can come to a consensus. Again, not everything is agreed upon. Even if it's budgeted, doesn't mean it'll open if we go back and council makes a separate decision at council right now. But 2 weeks ago, there was a decision by this council not to touch those things. And so for the time being, that's what we're doing. But it doesn't mean that we don't reserve the right if somebody wants to revisit anything with different circumstances going down. But if we start going down that route, then all of the good work we did in the last 4 hours is going to be picked apart because 1 or 2 people didn't agree with a previous decision.
Conseiller Chris?
Yeah, so it is 5 o'clock. I think we've covered a lot of ground. I think we've actually killed off the entire list. So can I want to make a motion to adjourn. Let's adjourn while we're ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that we address the issue of Conseiller Yvonne. So I was just going to ask the question, we all know our facilities are closed right now due to lockdown because of COVID. And my understanding is we weren't cutting back on services. So Conseiller Yvonne has brought the subject matter pertaining to museum. Do we keep everything? Do we keep the recommendation of what staff provided for the museum? It's in the budget. Until
We did already.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking the question, who supports that we keep it as recommended by staff? Just show me hands. For the museum.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We keep.
Okay. So some are going too quickly for me to be able to count. How many did you count, Jay?
I don't know. There's some people who may not be
okay.
understanding the question.
So
What is the question?
the question is, do we support the recommendation to maintain the museum budget as recommended in our workbook? Est-ce que OK, on supporte-tu la recommandation qui nous a été faite de garder le budget du musée tel que proposé. Donc, c'est ça, je veux savoir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, et je compte 5 mains. So, Conseil Yvon, we maintain the budget line for museum in our workbook.
Again, should conditions change, we'll, and council wants to revisit it. If it gets too late, your worship, we can look at it.
Okay, I'm trying just to go back to your memo. Okay, so that basically resumes the actual document that we've been discussing, or that was the objective to discuss since the get-go of this meeting. So based on that, there's one more item, I believe, that we should tackle while we have it. And I think it had to do with the correspondence that came through Alyssa pertaining to the levy for the CT scanner at the hospital. And we had agreed that this would be part of the budget. I'm not too sure if everyone read the memo, but can I pass it back to Alyssa? And Alyssa, can you walk us through that memo?
Sure. Yeah, as I said, I did send the memo really just before the meeting. So, you know, if you kind of recall when we had the conversation at council and sort of deferred it to budget time, I said it might not be as simple as just the request to put $750 on each household. That type of arrangement actually doesn't fly with the Municipal Act. So, you know, there are really specific language regarding fees and charges and special levies and what has to actually be in place for those to apply. So this doesn't fit those characteristics. So if council wants to fund this initiative, then it would simply be as sort of an extra line item on the budget, in which case it would be then distributed across all the tax categories at the rate applicable based on assessment, the same as every other tax.
Okay. And based on just clarification, if that would be the case, does the amount stay the same as what was requested by the proponent? The fact that it's being spread across all taxpayers?
Yeah, so the net amount that the proponent would get would be the same. You know, that is a council discussion, a council choice. So if council says, yeah, we want to commit $52,000 for 10 years, then it's 52,000, and that amount is collected across the taxpayers. If council says, you know, they only want to support 30,000 for 5 years, then that amount's spread amongst the taxpayers. So it is a little bit at council on if you want to fund this type of project, then at what level you want to fund this type of project.
And do we have the flexibility with the proposal? Does the $750 have to be applied to all tax categories?
So it's not going to be it's not going to be a $750. So, and yes, it's going to have to apply to all categories. So it's not going to be, I'm going to go $750 to every household. It's going to have to be, we agree that we are going to fund $55,000, which is kind of the equivalent of the $750. But then, you know, one household will get a little bit more on their taxes. Commercial is going to get a little bit of a different amount on their taxes. It's not going to be that flat rate across the households. It doesn't fit into the kind of thing that you can do those special rates for.
Okay. At this point, at this time of the meeting, would members of council would agree that if it's possible to have this discussion to take place at our next regular meeting? So this way we'll all have our straight mind to be able to ask the question. And if there's any further information that can be provided to council to facilitate the decision based on categories, based on amounts, how it would work, I think we need to have a good understanding, the clear understanding of how the issue can be dealt with. Would everyone be in agreement with that?
Mm-hmm.
No? I
Yes.
see show of hands, majority that says yes at the next meeting.
No. Good question. I think my hand was up.
I agree that we have discussion in the next meeting.
The majority has ruled that we're going to discuss the subject matter at our next meeting, and that would be a regular meeting instead of a budget meeting.
Yes.
Okay. So.
No. Yes,
No for you, but for the
Conseil
rest.
Dan.
my hand was, you're saying a majority. Who is the majority?
Okay, raise your hand again.
You
We
know
all raise
what?
our hands.
I counted more than 5 hands. Councillor Chris, Conseil Rowley, majority, Conseil Yvon, Conseil Denis, Conseil Elise, even myself. So majority is saying, you
No.
know what?
No,
Instead of furthering this discussion,
Wait a minute. What I wanted to know is whether we're going to have a recommendation at our next council meeting. We're stating that we're going with a 2% budget. That's all I was going to ask. I was going to ask a question and I was failed to ask to give the answer. What you're saying now, the way you're wording it, we're not going to pass a resolution at the next council meeting for the 2% because you want to discuss this.
It had nothing to do with
you
the
know what?
2%.
No, number one, point of clarification, Conseil Dan, if you do have a question, you wanted to know, are we adopting our municipal budget next Tuesday? My understanding was that we were waiting to deal with environment, water and sewer, so we could have everything together. And we were told that this resolution would be coming forward probably the first meeting of May. So right now, we're going to finish with the issue that's been on the agenda pertaining, or one issue that we were expecting to deal with, which was the levy for the CT scanner. And majority agreed that we're going to deal with the issue for the CT scanner next Tuesday. Now, subsequent to that, Jay, were you expecting or were you under the impression that you were bringing a resolution for the levy for next Tuesday? No. My understanding was that we were having a good understanding of environment, water and sewer, had the total picture, so we can proceed with the budget. That was my understanding. Would that be incorrect?
That sounds like I'm being on a witness stand here with the George Floyd thing.
Well,
you're correct. My issue was that if there was going to be an impasse today and there was just no, and I wasn't seeing anything, then, then I wanted some sort of finality and say, you know what, there might be a resolution on, but it looks like we have a budget that is acceptable in principle. And so we are going to then move forward with the original plan to show environmental and sewer and water, and then pass them all at the first meeting in May, as I indicated. So
okay.
Thank you for
and
clarifying that.
Well, you asked the question, I gave you an answer, but when we deal with a vote, let's do on the vote, and then if there's subsequent question, let's free to ask them.
Okay.
Now, I do have another question, Jay, before we do conclude this meeting. The resolution is going to come forward at the first meeting of May once we've dealt with environment and water and sewer. Now, one of the comments that I've heard, and are we going to get a revised copy of our budget, the document that we were provided, so everyone is on the same page and we know exactly what we're voting on?
I think that would be fair to say that we'll be putting a synopsis on what it would, what they knew and what you're voting on. Yeah.
Okay.
We won't just have a resolution in blanket. We'll, we've taken notes on this. We're aware of what's going on, and we'll package something accordingly.
Conseil Elise?
Well, that I would have the same question, because I think it's very, very important that we know exactly what was deleted, which not much. I think we had added because of the gas tax and all that, which is good. But I would like, before I vote, to have the revised operation and capital project, and whatever change that was made, delete or add or whatever. I think
we'll be able to provide you with a revised document.
Thank you, Jake.
So we'll get, that's doable?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For me.
Okay.
Sure.
No, I'm just hearing yes and looking at nods, and I just want to make sure that I have it correctly. So it's doable to have a revised copy for the first meeting of May when we adopt the resolution?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, there's someone else that had their hand up, and I think it was Conseil Leo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will support the budget. I'll vote for the budget, but this is the worst budget exercise I've been all my years on council. I mean, this is very frustrating. I'm sorry, but that's my view.
Well, thank you for sharing your view, because I have the same opinion. And
I second that. And I mean, that was the hardest one that I ever had to previously and now. So that's a given, but it seems to be our meeting, Councillor Leo. So I'm not that disappointed. I'm a kind of you get with the flow.
But there's
Thank
one
you.
thing that I do want to highlight.
Okay,
And before we adopt the resolution to adjourn, I want to give credit to staff for bringing forward all the information. B, for staff to be patient with all of council pertaining to questions, clarifications, seeking additional information. What's funny, Conseiller Dan?
Okay, it's time. It's what happened. Please, could you please, can we please adjourn?
Please don't interrupt. And you
No.
know what, on that note, to bring it down to 2% and to entertain the work that's going to be done and having the extra windfall that we got is good news. And with the capital work investment that's going to be done in infrastructure. Conseiller Broley?
Yes, it's a question to you, Madam Mayor. And I was asked the same question a while back by you, Madam Mayor, asking what is funny? Is there a bylaw against laughing? I would like you to point that out to me, where there is a bylaw against laughing.
Well, Conseiller Broley, there's no bylaw against smiling or laughing
So
or
why are you bringing it up?
giggling.
Why are you bringing it up?
Conseiller Broley, can I just respond and stop the rudeness? There is a procedural, within a procedural bylaw, there should be no distraction. Okay, and when you're talking, and if one is rolling their eyes or smiling or giggling, and it distracts the debate that's taking place, that's part of your procedural bylaw. So you know what, funny or not, if it is a distraction, come on. We're all adults here, we're not children, and we should be working together.
Madam Mayor, you always.
Conseiller Alice?
Well, I have I had my hand raised. There's no bylaw, but there is a code of conduct as respect. And yes, I've been put in my place because I was making sense. I put Councillor Dan, and I mean, we have the right to say so. And yes, you know, when somebody's laughing at somebody, we were not born yesterday, Councillor Rowley. And the game that's going on sometime, yes, there you go. You know exactly what I mean. So,
I'm going to terminate
if you want to be a smart people,
please
Can we
refrain.
please adjourn this
Please
meeting?
refrain. And what I was going to say is the meeting, we are wrapped up with everything that we needed to discuss. Is there a volunteer to move and second the resolutions for adjournment? I see Conseiller Chris and I see Conseiller Denis.
You're funny.
It's moved by Councillor Fisher and seconded by Councillor.
There you're laughing.
I'm laughing at Jay. I'm not afraid to say that I'm laughing at Jay.
You've resolved that bylaw number 2021-29 being a bylaw of the West Nipissing Municipality to confirm the proceedings of council at its budget meeting held on the 14th of April 2021 shall come into force and take effect on the day it is passed.
All in favor? Carried.
It is moved by Councillor Fisher and seconded by Councillor Denise and McCall. Be it resolved that the budget meeting of council on April 14th, 2021 be adjourned.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you.